Mayor, we are ready.
Okay, welcome everyone to the February 9th City Commission meeting. And as usual, we'll start out with some comments from Porter O'Neill, our Communications and Creative Resource Director.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. My name is Porter O'Neill, and I will be facilitating the Zoom video portion meeting of the meeting tonight. I'm here with Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk, and she'll work alongside Mayor Finkeldye to help facilitate the meeting. This meeting is being broadcast and recorded on the city's YouTube channel. During the meeting, when you are not participating, please mute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon found on the lower left-hand side of the Zoom menu next to the video icon. Muting your microphone during the meeting will make it easier for everyone to hear. You will be able to unmute if and when you want to speak. In some cases, I may mute or unmute people as needed to minimize distractions during the meeting. Please remember to state your name every time you speak for the benefit of those listening remotely. You can turn your video camera on or off. You can turn your video camera on or off by clicking the video icon in the menu. For the purposes of this meeting, when you are participating in the meeting, please keep your video on. When you are not participating in the meeting, it is okay to turn your video off. You will still be able to listen to the meeting when your video is off. You will just have to remember to turn your video back on when you are participating. Turning your video off when you are not participating will help make sure that the active meeting participants can be seen on the screen. In some cases, I may turn someone's video off if they are not actively participating to minimize distraction during the meeting. You can always turn your video back on during the meeting. If you have any challenges or troubles, you can send me a chat. If you're participating by phone, you can click *6 to unmute your phone, and you can click *9 if you want to raise your hand to provide public comment. For those on Zoom, somewhere on your screen you will see a choice to toggle between speaker and gallery view. Speaker view shows the active speaker. Gallery view tiles all of the meeting participants. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Mayor Finkeldye.
Mayor Finkeldye, thank you, Porter. I'll now take roll call. Vice Mayor Shipley?
Here.
Commissioner Ananda?
Here.
Commissioner Bully?
Here.
Commissioner Lawson?
Here.
Mayor Finkeldye here. We are all present. And now before we begin the meeting, we'll have a few comments from Sherry Riedemann, our City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to provide a few procedural reminders for the virtual meeting. Commissioners, you must state your name and title each time you speak, and all motions need to be stated clearly. Mayor, after a motion is made and seconded, you will need to call on commissioners individually to provide their vote. Then announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. City staff, please remember to state your name and title each time you speak. When the mayor calls for public comment on an item, individuals participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to provide comments. The raise hand function may appear in different places on your Zoom menu depending on the device you are using and which version of Zoom you have. Individuals will be called upon by name in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. When you are called on, please unmute your listening device and state your name before speaking. The regular 3-minute time limit will apply. The mayor will then call for in-person public comment for those without access to technology options. Staff present will direct you to the podium to speak.
We are being Zoom bombed.
Following social distancing and safety protocols. The regular 3-minute time limit will apply. Thank you.
Mayor Finkeldye, thank you. We'll now start with the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, reorder the agenda during the meeting. Does any commissioner wish to reorder the agenda, or I'd look for a motion?
Versus gay, capítulo de hoje, 3 camisinhas, hora de...
Mayor Fingeldine?
Commissioner Bowley, move to approve the agenda.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Fingeldine, we have a motion to approve the agenda by Commissioner Bowley, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Bowley?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Nanda?
Aye.
Aye.
Mayor,
We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Thank you, Mayor.
but
And
Stuart.
bear with me, I'm trying to let Vice Mayor Shipley in.
Yeah. Is that one you recognize?
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody?
Porter, you ready?
Yes, Mayor, we're ready. Go ahead, Kurt.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Certainly want to apologize. It appears someone had hijacked the Zoom meeting. We think we have them locked out at this time. If they're able to, I guess, break in again, if that's the technical term, we might have to end this meeting. Certainly, the vulgar and disappointing break-in is, not something that we can tolerate, and it's sort of a sign of the times, I guess. But we will try to push on, and it's a disappointment for sure. So I will call roll call just to make sure we're all here again to be official. Vice Mayor Shipley.
Here.
Commissioner Nanda.
Here.
Commissioner Lawson.
Here.
Commissioner Boley.
Here.
Next on our agenda is, since we did approve the agenda shortly before we broke, we have a proclamation. And the proclamation is to proclaim the month of February 2021 as Black History Month. And I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas in observance of Black History Month, the City of Lawrence recognizes African Americans for contributing to the shaping of our nation's identity and the strengthening of our country through high moral values, an unyielding commitment to family, faith, service, and perseverance. And whereas during Black History Month, we celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans to our economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development. And whereas the City of Lawrence is committed to diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice as fundamental aspects of healthy, thriving community. And whereas the presence and visibility of the Black and African American community continues to enhance the quality of life in the City of Lawrence. And whereas Black communities have made valuable and long-lasting contributions in the history of Kansas's economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development, while also working to maintain and promote their own culture and history. And whereas the Black community has been the target of discrimination and violence based on racial identity, which conflicts with our core values as a community. And whereas Black History Month calls our nation's attention to the continued need to recognize and combat racism and to build a community that lives up to our core values. Now, therefore, I, Brad Finkel, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim the month in the City of Lawrence, and we encourage all of our community to take this opportunity to reflect on past successes and challenges of Black communities and look to the future to ensure freedom, equity, and inclusiveness. And given even one of the images we saw tonight, it certainly reminds us that we have a lot of work to do in this world. I'll now move to the consent agenda. All matters listed below on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak to an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Do any commissioners wish to pull an item off the consent agenda? Seeing none, do any members of the public wish to pull a matter off the consent agenda? If you do, we would like you to raise your hand via the raise your hand feature, or if you're present, you can let Sherry know.
Oh, sorry.
Stephen Watts, please unmute, state your name, and you will have 3 minutes.
Are we pulling an item?
Yeah, what item would
Oh,
you
yeah,
like to
I'm
pull?
sorry, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Yes.
That's okay. C, or rather D and E. C7, D and E.
Is there anybody else, Porter, that's raising their hand?
Sorry, trying to
Gonna
do.
do too many things.
Sorry, Mayor, we've got a lot of stuff going on here. I just want to confirm that there isn't anyone else raising their hand virtually. Sherry Reedman, City Clerk, no one else has indicated they have an item to pull and there isn't
One
any.
here in the commission room.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you, Sherry. I would look for a motion on the consent agenda.
This is Commissioner Larson, and I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the following items, C7D and C7E.
Arnaldo, second.
Mayor Finkelstein, we have a motion by Commissioner Lawson, a second by Commissioner Ananda. Commissioner Lawson,
Aye.
Commissioner Ananda,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley,
Aye.
Commissioner Boley,
Aye.
Mayor Finkelstein, aye. Passes 5-0. We'll now go to C7, D, and E. Mr. Watts, do you want to talk about those together, or since of similar, or separately?
They're the same, Mayor, and if it's
That's what I
possible, I would like to speak after the presentation, please. The reason was that I'd like to hear what the police department has to say so that it can be talked about instead of just told. If you want to go ahead and not do that, I understand.
Mayor Finkelstein, typically we don't have presentations for that, for the items on consent agenda. You just want a verbal statement about it?
Oh, I thought-
We could do that.
I thought that you were going to get a presentation from the police department.
Mayor Finkelstein, I typically do not. I don't know if someone can speak to this item.
That'll be great, Mayor. I'll just go ahead and talk about it.
This is Commissioner Arnaldo. I did ask for some clarification regarding that, and we received some of that. I see that Officer Fowler has turned on his video. I don't know if he wants to add that, but since I asked for that clarification, I'd be happy for him to provide that now as well. If that's okay.
Mayor Finkelstein, certainly if that's. Mr. Fowler,
Yeah, Captain Hayden Fowler with the Lawrence Police Department. I don't know exactly generally about the Edward Byrne Justice Assistance Grant. It's something that the Lawrence Police Department and the city have benefited from historically to the tune of just under $1 million over about 15 years. This is an annual application that the police department makes on behalf of ourselves in cooperation with the Douglas County Sheriff's Department. And 2019 and 2020 Byrne grant, the initial conversation is to allocate these funds for electronic data collection and storage. And the initial conversation with the county has been the possibility of adding new LPRs, ALPRs, which we've used for years within the community and do have policy that we follow in addition to federal and state law. In addition to video forensic equipment, training that goes with that, and software to help support that on major case investigations. All of these things have been used by the investigations division with Lawrence Police Department, Douglas County Sheriff, and our patrol division. For instance, on criminal investigations like the triple homicide downtown Lawrence, rape investigations, as we have burglaries, stolen vehicles that we're investigating. These are all some examples of the investigations that we've used this for.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you, Captain Fowler. Mr. Watts, do you have a comment now before we bring it back to commission?
I appreciate the opportunity and I appreciate the data. Sadly, it was just a glossing over of, look, we want this money. You got to trust us. We know what we're going to buy. I don't understand why that stuff isn't delineated with the request. A specific item, specific software, not just, we're going to go into the catalog and see what looks good this year or what looked good this week, or we're going to have a buying fest and we're going to get this and that. In today's times, particularly today in the digital age and what we just experienced here in this meeting, we as a community have to be careful about what we're empowering our police people to do. The items that he listed doesn't happen in Lawrence very often. Triple murders and all these kind of sensational things. And isn't it a fact that most of that money, a good deal of that money, purchased the armored personnel carrier? Or is that a different government fund? Those are rhetorical questions, Mayor. I just would like to see the police department held to the requirement of, if you want some money, you need to be very specific about what it is you want, why you want it, what it's for, et cetera, et cetera. The days of easy money are over. I hope that's what our community is going to do. Thank you.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you. Bring it back to the commission for questions or comments.
This is Commissioner Aranda. I did have a question about that, and I feel like it was answered. It was largely the information that Captain Fowler shared. I think that given the conversations that we've been having, it's very important to ask questions around this. I think that if there is a substantial differentiation in what they end up choosing to want to purchase, then that is something that we as the commission can discuss and hopefully will come to us if there is a substantial difference from what was just described by Captain Fowler.
Mayor Finkel, if I understood as well, there has to be a discussion with the county or the sheriff, I guess, sheriff's department. So we'll need to wait till that conversation happens before the final decision is made. But certainly understand your point. Other questions, comments, motions?
Vice Mayor Shipley, normally with grants like these, they're very clear about what it can and can't be used for. And if it's not used for that, then there can be clawback. So I want to clarify if that's the situation or if this is much broader than I had read it to be.
This is Captain Fowler. There are strict regulations as to how the funds can be used. With our application in 2019 and 2020, they both do deal with electronic evidence, securing that evidence, processing, analyzing, and storing.
Mayor Finkel, any other comments, questions, motions?
This is Commissioner Larson. I move to authorize the city manager to execute the 2019 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Agreement.
Mayor Finkel has a second.
This is Commissioner Boley, was that the 2019 and the 2020?
I just did, Commissioner Larson, I just did the 2019 to start.
Okay, I'll second that.
Mayor Finkel, we have a motion by Commissioner Lawson and a second by Commissioner Boley. This is on subpart D. Commissioner Lawson,
Aye.
Commissioner Boley,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley,
Aye.
Commissioner Ananda.
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Aye, passes 5-0. Commissioner Lawson, you have a motion on subsection E.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Larson, and I move to authorize the city manager to execute the 2020 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Agreement.
Commissioner Boley, second.
Mayor Finkel, we have a motion by Commissioner Lawson, a second by Commissioner Boley. Commissioner Lawson,
Aye.
Commissioner Boley,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley,
Aye.
Commissioner Ananda.
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Passes 5-0. We will now move to public comment. The public is allowed to speak to any items or issues except those scheduled on the consent agenda or regular agenda portions of the agenda. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer the items to staff for follow-up if necessary. Individuals should address all comments and questions to the commission. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. If you wish to make public comment, please use your raise the hand feature or turn your video on and raise your hand, and Sherry will call upon you.
Chad Osdale. Am I?
Oh, God.
Sorry, Mayor.
Sorry.
Chad Osdale, please unmute, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Chad Osdale. I received a letter from Mayor Finkeldine after last week's meeting telling me that my questions had been answered and that they were perfectly happy with the arrangement and how the process was done. Have you ever read the performance handbook? I was asking last week if, Porter, would you please put that up on the screen for me? Mr. Finkeldine's letter to me.
I can see a little bit of light.
Obviously, you're probably not going to do that, but I was wondering if you could answer my question that I asked him, how it's fair and ethical to tell us one thing and do another on the evaluations. Seeing as how you heard the answer, I've gone over it 4 and 5 times, haven't been able to find that answer. Craig told us that our evaluation scores have no effect, no influence on our merit raise. He's half correct. It has no positive influence on our raise at all, but it can take it away completely. So it does have an effect on our merit raises, period. If you look through the first page of the employee handbook, which the employees are supposed to follow to the letter, this performance evaluation is to serve as a base for merit compensation adjustment. So how can it not have an effect on our raise? I'd just like some truth from the city for a change. This is the best I've gotten, is a half truth. It does not affect my raise at all as far as increasing it all, but it does affect my raise by taking it away completely, by lowering my score to a 2 and normalizing me using the 2 method, meaning I cannot score above a 2. All it takes is one mistake, one slip up, one disciplinary action. You piss your department head off one time and you're 1. And that means that any merit increase that you deserved is now denied. So tell me again how it affects my merit raise. Not at all. And I have asked 6 different weeks in a row to have this put on the commission's agenda so I can get a direct answer
Mayor.
and get you to state the facts on the record and in public instead of in a private email that you won't even let me put on the screen for the public to see, because the city's embarrassed to talk about it in public because they know it's wrong, but they are not willing to admit that they're doing anything wrong because they get to answer that question. Are we doing anything wrong? Of course we're not. Are you going to answer?
Thank you, Chad.
Are you going to answer? You sent me that letter. I'd like to know what it was that my answer was that you say I got. I couldn't find it. I've gone over that recording over and over again.
Thank you, Chad.
Anybody in
Stephen Watts, please unmute, state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Stephen Watts. Pretty fitting that this is Black History Month. Black lives matter. In most places. Well, in some places. Here we are. Lawrence is no closer. In fact, it's further away to achieving campaign zero, such as no-knock warrants, don't choke people, the 8 Can't Wait campaign, all of those things. How much does police cost in Lawrence, Kansas? I sent a series of bills here in the last week. On January 17th, I began asking, how much did this lawsuit cost between 2 police officers who tased a dude who took it, to a pro se action? Nobody produced the bills. I asked nicely for them repeatedly. How many of these are hidden? Chad, can you, or rather, Mr. O'Neill, can you please put some of that stuff up that I gave you if it's possible? I don't know if it's up there or not for screen saving, but it's almost $8,000 for this one case. No court, just a bunch of lawyers making some money. That's part of the justice industry. Lawyers making money off of people getting arrested or not getting arrested. I don't know about the merits of the arrest. That doesn't matter. The issue is how much money is the town spending for these lawsuits that keep coming? They just keep coming. Here's one. This was January 17. No, that's January 29, 2017, for the policeman who decided to lock his girlfriend up, a fellow policeman, in a dog cage. He sued the town for $500,000, and we haven't heard anything since then. Can you scroll it up a little bit so you can just see how much money is in those things? It's $8,000, more or less. How many more are there? How much does policing cost? Do Black Lives Matter, or is it just something we make a proclamation about, Mayor? Do you do something? The Police Review Board is mired in an academic exercise. The town has hired other police people to review our police people. How can we look for reform? I have asked for questions. I have sent questions asking, is our town looking to recruit police professionals from across the country who are disgusted with where they live and they can come to Lawrence and start? Oh, no. I believe there's police all over the country that would like to come to Lawrence, Kansas and help us have a new way of policing that is not based on fear. It is not based on bullying. It is not based on putting up information on the town internet page. Oh yeah, the police department has all this information. Call the sergeant at his desk. The phone doesn't work.
Mayor.
It's incredible. Thank you.
Chris Flowers, please unmute, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. According to an ABC News poll, about 50% of Americans have had sex outdoors. Yet, if a cop catches you getting it on in public, you're getting into legal trouble. I don't believe the city of Lawrence currently allows any way for people to engage in sex in public. I am here today to ask that we change that. I've been thinking, what if we allow for sexual activities at one of our parks late at night? Here's the thing, if about half the population has gotten naughty outdoors, doesn't that mean there's a need to make for a legal way of doing this? If we designate an area in one of our parks as being for sexual encounters from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m., wouldn't that give citizens a legal way to engage in an activity that they want to? Also, I'd argue that by creating a space for people to go to for public sex, that it could eliminate them having sex in other public spaces where others who don't want to see sex might come across them. Wouldn't that be a better solution for everyone? The half of the population that wants sex outside gets a place to do it, and the rest of Lawrence will have less chance of coming across it, with more of the perverts doing it at the park. Let's face it, 2 people doing it is pretty much a victimless crime. Even if a school bus full of orphans drove past 2 dudes butt banging, are the kids actually going to be scarred for life? I don't think so. So why can't we as a city do something so that citizens can legally engage in a victimless crime? Besides fulfilling the needs of those with a desire for sex outside or in a public place, designating a place for sex could also fulfill the needs of other citizens. How about students living on campus with roommates? It can be hard to have someone over for sex if you're sharing a room with someone. Instead of asking a roommate to leave, a couple could just go park at the park and get it on. Besides those who have trouble hosting due to a roommate, what about those who live with someone who they don't want to know about their sex life? It could give closeted homosexuals a place to go so that their family doesn't find out. And I like to point out that gay guys have had cruising spots where they go to hook up with other gays in the past. Why not legalize something that's been part of gay culture, since y'all like to talk about equity? I have more to say about this subject, but due to the 3-minute time limit, I'm going to have to continue it at a later meeting. I just hope you all have an open mind and think about this, because next time might come something a little bit radical. But I do think there is some merit in to think about how can we create it so people can do something that's not really a victimless crime and not get punished for a crime. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to make general public comment? And this is comment on items that are not on the agenda. If so, please raise your hand.
Maddie, please unmute, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Maddie Bell. Please let me know if this is not a place to respond to someone else's public comment, but I would like to reject the idea just presented for one part, because people aren't consenting to seeing public sex, and for 2, the point about children seeing it, children aren't able to consent, so that would not be a victimless crime. Just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Sherry Redeman, City Clerk. Mayor, no one else has indicated they wish to speak that hasn't already spoken.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you for that. We'll now move to regular agenda item number 1, which is to receive an update on the design build contract for the rehabilitation of Bowersock Dam. Melinda, do you get to start?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Melinda Harger, Assistant Director of Municipal Services and Operations. I will start with a little bit of history and discuss the development of the design build contract. And then Matt Bond, the project manager, will provide some additional project details. We also have Sarah Hill Nelson from Bowersock here to provide some comments. And then Dave Wagner will provide some closing remarks. So first, to recap what we shared on December 15th, TSP, our contractor for the Scour Hole Maintenance Project, had completed their work. And that included some additional scope related to filling some larger holes that were created by the 2019 flooding event. Bowersock this fall also lowered the surface level of the river to perform some repairs to their powerhouse. And when the area was dewatered, we decided to take advantage of that, do some visual inspections on the face of the dam, and some structural degradation was discovered. We decided to then propose a construction project, a rehabilitation project that would be more long-term and take care of that southern third of the dam. So on November 7th, the city requested proposals to select a firm to provide the long-term repair solution. We selected Bar Engineering. They had J.F. Brennan on their team to provide some cost estimates. At the beginning of that study, beginning of December, the team had provided a ballpark estimate of $750,000. And at the December 15th meeting, we had updated you that we had recently received their updated estimate, which was in the range of 1.2 to 1.5 million. But we were waiting for the final report with all of their recommended options. And that would be coming out December 31st. So on December 15th, based on the conditions that we had and the critical timing to look at this long-term project while the river levels were low and the area was dewatered, in conjunction with some of the other adjacent projects, we had recommended design build, and the commission did authorize us to begin negotiations on that design build contract with J.F. Brennan. So since then, we did receive the final report on December 31st. It had 3 options, and of those, only one really could take place in our critical timing due to procurement that would be needed for sheet piling materials. Those were the other options presented. So we were looking at the concrete wall option. It was estimated that that would take 8 weeks for construction. That's working 7 days a week and 10-hour days. No float in that schedule. So then we had started working on design build contract language, had started those negotiations of the contract language the end of December, but we were waiting for the cost proposal. We received the final cost proposal from J.F. Brennan that would be attached to our design build agreement on January 11th. So a little bit behind the schedule that we had hoped for. Originally, as you recall, we had hoped to go ahead and execute a contract in January and be able to mobilize in January. So when we received that proposal, it was 1.66 million. That was over even that budget range that was in the report of 1.2 to 1.5. There were also some risks that I'll discuss in there of some costs that we could potentially have. And so there would be need for some contingency on top of that. The funding that we had looked at for this was 1.5 million coming from our utility revenue bonds that were issued or that were on a resolution in January. So if we went over the 1.5 million, if that's the decision, then we would need to look at reductions to those other utility projects that are receiving funding from those revenue bonds. Excuse me. So some of the discussions that we had with J.F. Brennan, some of the items in the proposal, as you'll see, that was attached in the design build agreement. It included the schedule, and one of the concerns is that the full schedule, they're looking at mobilization in March and a completion date of June 5th. So that was one of the items. We redacted a lot of their detailed cost information just in case the decision is made to not do design build and to bid this later. We wanted to make sure we didn't put all of their cost information out there. But we did share there that the mobilization cost is $170,000. I will also mention that the concrete cost itself is under $200,000. So one of the concerns with the cost and the timing of this is with high flows predicted just based on average flows in April and in May. If they are not able to complete this contract and need to demobilize, the way the current contract is structured, there would be potential that they, could charge us for many of those lump sum costs, including mobilization, the access, of course, design, but also form work. And we could have costs up to around $1 million before there's ever any concrete even placed. So if they were to get started and do all the other work up to the point of placing concrete and flows in the river increased beyond around that 5,000 CFS, then they would have to demobilize. Depending on the amount of flow, they may or may not be able to get back into that area and dewater. And so staff recommendation is to not proceed with design build at this time, since now we're looking at mobilization a month and a half, 2 months later than we had hoped back when we were looking at this option in December. Some other concerns in there besides the schedule, most of the line items are lump sum. We do have unit costs for concrete. That's based on 1.5 foot thick concrete wall. There's potential that concrete wall would have to be thicker. So we could be looking at $100,000 or more in additional concrete costs. I will also mention that they had excluded any material that might need to be brought in. So any of their access material has to be material that's already available in the river. So any of that would also be additional cost. So what we're looking at for option one is the staff recommendation to not proceed with design build, to go ahead and allow the additional time to design this, and then bid it in the future at a time when we are looking at better flow conditions based on predictions, as well as just the average flow data for that time of year. In the past, as we've discussed, a lot of times these projects are planned for the fall, even extending into the winter months. If you look at the flow data, you can see the lowest flows are typically in the month of February. Of course, you're dealing with winter conditions at that time as well. Option two is looking at the full scope that they had originally provided, and that is the 1.66 million, but we would propose a project budget of 1.9 million to account for some of those unknown items. And then option three was a reduced scope where, and Matt will go into some of the details and pull up a map, but we're looking at only doing the repair south of what's called the sun porch, and we can show you that on the map. So that cost came in under the 1.5 million, but we would still want a project budget of at least 1.7 million due to the additional contingency needed on a project like this with so many unknowns. So I will now turn it over to Matt Bond, the project manager, and he can share some of the additional details with the map and the flows.
Thank you, Melinda. Matt Bond, Engineering Program Manager. I'm going to share my screen real quick and give you an overview. I guess I can't share screen. Porter, can you share Exhibit A for me?
Hang on, Matt. Let me see if I can give you permission to share your screen.
Yeah, I didn't realize that until we were Zoomed on.
Okay, hang on. Bear with me a second.
If it's easier, you can just, I'm just going to point to Exhibit A and B.
Sure. Getting there, getting there. Okay. Tell me where you want me to go, Matt.
Page 5, keep going down. There you go. So if you can stop at Exhibit A and blow up the map.
The one above it.
Oh, goes here.
There you go. That's what I need. Thank you. So one of the things that I wanted to point out was with our 2 cost options, everything that's shown in red and blue would include the full scope. And then so the sun porch is this center piece here that we call the sun porch. With the second option, it would be only the things in blue. So basically, if we were to receive the go-ahead from you tonight, we would start at the south end and work our way north to the sun porch. As you recall, when we came to you in December, at this location here was 1A, and this was 1B, and this was Cavern 3. All 3 of those have been filled. Feel pretty good about what the contractor was able to do. We placed over 100 yards of concrete in those voids up underneath the slab. What we have in the center area immediately south of the sun porch is a lot of degradation and pock marks or pits that are deformations in the front face of the dam that need to be filled in. And so when Melinda had talked about additional concrete, that is what that would fall. So if you were to assume that the red and the blue lines you see in the photo were 1.5 feet thick, imagine going back up underneath the apron, there be some voids or some depressed areas that are deeper than that. And there's no real way to get a good estimate on that unless you were to do some kind of 3D mapping. And so in that case, we'd keep track of concrete tickets. And so we could actually find out exactly how much concrete we place in that. So that is why we had them provide a cubic yard quantity on that, and the rest of it's lump sum. So then, Porter, if you will scroll down to the next page. This table is showing the average annual flows per day per month over the last, say, 11 years. And so there you go, Porter. As you can see, our optimum month is March because it typically has the lowest flows, followed by April and February. So when we were talking to the commission in December, our hopes were that we would have a proposal by the first week or so in January, issue the build, and then they would have all of February, March, and part of April to build the project. The problem is now we are probably not going to get started until middle of March, and then you only have the month of April, and they've asked for June 5th, and you can see how the flows in the river get into 5 figures at the end of May. And I'll point out all of these figures you're seeing on here are the optimal level is 5,000 CFS. And once we start playing with that, then we end up overtopping the cofferdam / causeway that we have in place right now. So given the fact that they have had some schedule creep here, and as Melinda said, they don't have a whole lot of float in their schedule. They're working 7 days a week and 10-hour days. As long as the river would have to cooperate perfectly, and then we'd also have to see lower than average precipitation amounts. Now, I checked with state climatologist and NOAA's website, and it does say that it's a 30 to 40% chance of lower precipitation. Now, that's just in, overall, but even if you were to take this and extrapolate it and say, hey, we're going to have 30 or 40% less precip, then you're still going to be over that 5,000 CFS number. Now, it's not a straight comparison because any single rain event could run us out of there. So those are the 3 options, obviously, with the RFP for engineering services, which is what staff is recommending, or we could go with the full scope, which is option 2, which would be both the red and the blue areas that I showed you on the map before. Or we could go with option 3, which is try and get as much as we can with the blue area. So with that, I will turn it over to Sarah.
Thank you, Matt. My name is Sarah Hill Nelson, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Bowersock Mills and Power Company. First, I want to check and make sure everyone can hear me. And then Porter, since I can't probably share my screen, I emailed you some photographs and some supporting documentation since I was going to be able to share my screen originally. And I think the one I'd want you to start with, there were two photographs of the dam, and maybe open up with, there's one that kind of shows the area. And while you're doing that, I can get started. And we want to say we really understand the challenge that MSO faces in scheduling this project. And the Kansas River is not an easy place to work. That's a good one. Porter, can you do the other one actually that shows the face of the dam? And there's one, I need to send you one more, I think, that shows the whole face of the dam, which I've got right here. And I'm about to send it to you so that we can get that up there, because I really want commissioners to be able to see this. There we go. This ought to do it. Yeah. Okay. So we really understand. I mean, it's really difficult to work in the Kansas River. This is a big, flashy Midwestern river. We drain 65,000 square miles. And everything that's in our watershed is from basically I-70 to I-80 all the way out to the Colorado border. So I think Matt's point about finding a good time to work in the river is accurate. It's really challenging really to ever find a really good time. So we understand MSO's concern. We tried to look at what are the pros for putting it off. And we can't say that putting it off allows us to find a better time to do it, because there really is no better time to do it. I mean, I think that when Matt and Melinda talk about the challenges that you could run into, that can happen in every single month of the year. So I can see that there is some potential that if they designed it all now and sent it out and you put it out on the street for a bid, you might be able to get your total job cost down. But that said, I have talked with Barkus and I've talked with Kissick, other regional contractors. And when I asked Kissick, like, what would you put in for this job? They said 1.8 million. As Matt points out, it's really, really hard for anybody to pin a good number to this. So it's hard to come in with a good, aggressive bid because there are so many unknowns. So, and then, if we don't do the job now, we have some unknowns now, but if you wait through another high water season, then our unknowns become even greater. And I'm pointing, on my screen here, Porter, and you can see all of this area that you see between this curved area and then what Matt refers to as the sun porch, that's all on this really highly erodible, degradable shale. So like if you can see right by your cursor, there's a kind of pile of shale right there that's just dropped out of the dam, which I have a little close-up picture of that later. And then this big cavern to the left of your cursor. And, I think Matt has a great video when we were standing out on that shale island. That anytime that shale's exposed to air, it starts and water, it starts to degrade. When we built our North Powerhouse, we went in there and put a mud mat in right away. They put concrete over it to try to seal that up. So I think, we have the degradable nature of this shale means that if we wait, the next time a contractor comes in, they're going to have the same unknowns, if not worse, than what they have today. I mean, it would be almost impossible for a contractor to know any more about the face of the dam than what we've provided them today since we had it dewatered. I can say that rescheduling, another pro to rescheduling would be that, if we do go back and do this again, Bowersock had to lower our head gates to dry this project up. And really our head gates are They're not designed to do that very often. It puts them under a lot of pressure. It's very risky for us. The entire Kansas River is pressing on those head gates. We have to have our surveyors in on a weekly basis, checking and making sure those head gates aren't moving and going to collapse. And Bowersock really does not feel comfortable doing that again. So if we go back in and do the project again, we feel like there's going to have to be a cofferdam upstream, because the risks associated with us drying up our head gates again are really challenging for us. So let's look at, what are the problems with putting it off? I think next, if we could go back, actually, Porter, there's the picture of the very first one you put up that showed the heavy equipment out there. That's what the condition of the platform is right now. We have a solid road built to the site. The site is entirely cofferdammed off. And they're currently working on that downstream retaining wall, so it's dry for them anyway. We can get cranes out there, any kind of heavy equipment that we need. And if you can find that picture, Porter, it was that first one. But the point is that the work site is essentially set right now today. So if we don't do the job starting now, then we are at risk through the high water season of losing the entire cofferdam, the entire access road, and all the money that has been invested in that. So, we talk about trying to find a good window in which to do the work. And we're worried that this window, because we're starting in mid-March, is too small. That said, we've all been outside today. This is right now a really bad time to do work in the river. Like, I wouldn't recommend that anybody start work in the river in January and February. Like, you would do it if you were pressed and you had no other choice, but I certainly would never schedule a job, because you can't pour concrete in these temperatures, and ice builds up, and anybody can go out and look over the bridge today. You can't work in the river. So really, March 1's about the first time you could start. And so we're expected to start March 12th, and there's our access right there. They can bring in all the equipment that they need. They're going to move a little bit of dirt, JF Brennan, to get closer to the dam. They're going to mine from that island out there. And all this dirt that you see that's out there right now, a lot of that was either pulled down from the bank, which can't happen again because there's no more dirt in the bank, and Bowersock was not involved in that portion of the job. But the rest of the cofferdam was pulled from that island. So then if we go through a high water season, the likelihood that all of that access is going to go is very high, and that extends your job window significantly. Like, building a road up there, building that cofferdam, you're easily looking at 12 days of work, because then you got to truck all that in. So a downside is that it's going to make your time period to do the job longer. We're also passing up highly favorable conditions right now. We've been in a dry weather pattern, and Porter, I'm hopeful you can pull up the picture from the Kansas Climatology Center, and we worked with Mary Knapp. And right here, this is the March, April, May precipitation predictions. And so with your cursor, Porter, you can see in the upper right-hand corner of Kansas, like, our watershed is squarely in this area that is expecting below normal precipitation. And I think for anybody that's a weather geek, you've been watching our rainstorms come up. It comes up from the southwest, and it rolls over Oklahoma. It might clip southeast Kansas, but then it rolls off into Missouri. So when I talked with Mary Knapp with the Climate Center, I referenced this, and she said, "Oh yeah, no, that's known as the I-35 flow. And it's a well-known pattern. It's the same pattern that we had when we went into that drought starting in June of 2011 that didn't break till May 5th of 2015. So at that point, we went, literally years plural without any significant flows in the Kansas River. So, I mean, no one can predict, right? Nobody knows. The weather could switch tomorrow. That's in God's hands. But I can say that right now we do have an established weather pattern that's low precipitation. They're predicting a continued pattern of low precipitation. And we're starting only 12 days into the window when you would actually really want to start. And I think so, we have good conditions. We're set up to go. Let's also talk a little bit about cost. And maybe at this point, Porter, you could just take us back so people could be looking at the dam a little bit. That picture, you can see the degrading shale. So, I mean, if you have to build a whole new road up, or at least a significant portion of that road, and you have to truck dirt in to do that, and then you have to rebuild the cofferdam, all that dirt will have to be trucked in because, all that dirt accumulated in the island, and it takes decades to amass that kind of debris or dirt in the middle of the river. It's now all essentially into the cofferdam, but if we let that wash out, it's all going downstream. It's not going back into the island. And so then you have to truck in dirt. So you're looking at, 200 for the road, 250 for the cofferdam, which needs to be built to a bigger height. And then we talked with R.D. Johnson and got an estimate on the upstream cofferdam for $590,000. So then you're looking at another $1 million to reschedule the project. So I think one of the things that is really critical here is we're talking about a dam safety risk. So when I lie awake at night, what are the things I worry about? Well, one of them is the stability of the dam. So you can see where the divers came in and they basically set up these Portland cement bags and they poured behind those are on the left side of the photo. The job schedule, as I've discussed it with Brendan, is to start by dewatering the area. And the first thing they do is basically pour a toe wall at the base of that dam where they're connecting the base of the dam into the shale. And so that goes all the way along the base of the dam. So even if they walked in, did that, and walked out, the dam is still in a better situation. Then JF Brennan has it set up where they're doing it in like a stair step manner. So they're going to start on the left side of the dam and progressively move north. And so always keeping in mind on the river, what we can predict, right? We see the rain that's coming. And so we know when flows are coming. Okay. And then we also have the reservoirs, which right now are at decent levels, like nothing that we've seen over the past couple of flood years. Like they have plenty of storage. And the really nice thing is that the USACE has really been working really diligently with us. They've been super communicative. They've mitigated their outflows in order to try to protect this cofferdam. And they're well aware of this project. And they are very committed to doing the best they can to help us get this project done. Everybody's committed to dam safety, and they want to see the city get this project done as much as anybody else does. So what kind of thing is going to derail a job like this? Okay, if you just have one big storm that rolls down I-70, you pull your stuff, it fills up, you go back in, you pump it out, and you get going again, right? That might be a 4 or 5 day delay, maybe depending on how long the inundation lasts. So what's going to push somebody off a job is going to be when the reservoirs fill and they really can't, they can see that we're going to be inundated for an extended period of time. Okay, so in that case, then the contractor can see it coming a mile out. You're like, whoa, reservoirs are filling, our window of work is getting shorter. What do we need to do to button up to get this dam as safe as we can? Because when we pull off, it may be another decade before we can go in there. And, Kansans know this. We go through these doubts. We're dry now, but if it switches on us, it could be another 10 years. And then you're looking at that degraded shale for the next 10 years out, which is, it's not a really, over 50% of the city's water supply comes from behind that dam on a daily basis, which is why the city maintains the dam. And that's something that makes us feel really uncomfortable. So obviously there's the environmental impact associated with having it all go out and then go back in. I mean, we definitely get the knock from people in the public moving the fish and all the impacts. I mean, that's something we would obviously prefer not to have to do again. And finally, additional shut time for Bowersock, shutdown time. You know, we have known early in 2007, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission told us we needed to do that. So that's 2007 was the first time that we started working with the city to get this job done. And so since 2007, it's obviously progressed. Like if we'd filled the holes in 2007, it would have been a different story, but we didn't. And we let it go and we let it go and we let it go. And part of that is because, you know, we were trying to get it so we could manage water better. The North Powerhouse allows us to manage flows in the river much better than we ever could. So we put off to that point so that we would have more control over the river so it would be a safer job. But since that time, we worked really hard to coordinate. And so that's why Bowersock, we borrowed money. We used good, you know, when the city told us to shut down in October for the divers, we did it. But then we've been shut down ever since. And now we're shut down for the retaining wall. And if we don't do the dam, then we'll be asked to be shut down again. And so our thought is, you know, we have a good time for the project right now. The scene is set for us to get in there and do it. Bowersock strongly recommends that you go with option 3 because it's a smaller job, but start to negotiate. Can you put adders in right now? If everything goes really well, could you finish the whole job? And then, you know, what does the city have to lose by starting now? Okay, you could, worst case scenario, you might lose your demob costs. Like what if they mobilize all their equipment and the day they mobilize everything, you know, everything goes to hell in a handbasket, it starts raining and they have to pull off the job. That's $170,000, highly unlikely. But the key to take away on that is that could happen anytime you ever schedule this project. So scheduling this project now does not put you at any greater risk for losing that than any other time. So, you know, I think we get it. I think MSO needs to have the support of the city commissioners where everybody acknowledges that it's always going to be risky. You know, they need to not feel like they're going to be held accountable if suddenly it starts to rain. Likewise, you know, I've advocated for this, and if it starts to rain, I hope that I don't get pilloried for suggesting that we get it done now, because I do feel like we just need to we're going to have to bite the bullet to get it done at some point. And I hate the thought of extending the job, adding $1 million, and then living with the risk of the dam failure the entire time. So I'm happy to open myself up to questions. Actually, I did have one key thing. You know, Melinda did talk a little bit about going in the fall, but I think, you know, she talked about December. Obviously, you have winter weather, but one of the main drivers on the Kansas River is that we have winter drawdown every year. And it typically starts in December, like December 10th. So that's when we'll often get like 30,000 CFS flows. And that's when they empty out all the reservoirs for the winter. So, you know, we have some very limited timeframes in which we can complete this job. And now is one of them. And I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Mayor Finkel, thank you. I think Dave was going to finish up before we open it up for questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Dave Wagner, Director for the Municipal Services and Operations. I would probably, any specifics that Melinda and Matt think they might need to share in addition, and or Sarah, obviously, I'll let them do that. I will tell you a couple of things came to mind as Melinda was presenting to multiple people what her thought process was, and Matt as well, on why their recommendation is to not proceed at this time. And a couple of things came to mind to me. One is the data related to flows. Based on that, good weather, bad weather, the historical averages are the works won't be completed without having some high water events that interrupt the work at likely additional costs. So there's a lot of uncertainty with that at this point in time. Sarah is absolutely accurate. There is no perfect time to work in the river, but at this point in time, looking at the data, it doesn't look favorable at all, at least in my mind. The other thing that bothered me as we were going through the different reiterations of the projects, we had a continuing escalation of cost. Some of that was chasing scope. Some of that was just through the process. And if I recall, the intent of our purchasing ideas of doing design bid is if it's in the best interest of the city. Obviously, I think if you ask Melinda and Matt that at this point in time, we don't believe design build is in the best interest of the city. We don't know what the impact might be or not be of having a competitive environment where people look at a defined scope with at least more defined risk than what we know now, and being able to put that out on the market and gain bids. We would think we might be able to be in a better competitive situation. We certainly aren't necessarily in a competitive situation with pricing now. And so those things bug me. I would also say, I think Melinda's, I really trust her from my perspective. She's got good judgment, and I'm not saying Sarah's wrong or Melinda's right or vice versa. There's going to be if the selection is to go now and we make it, power to it. What a great choice that was. It's going to be a Monday morning quarterback situation with the amount of risk that we face with this project either way. And I'm not sure anybody's going to be right or wrong, honestly, but I think you're getting the best judgment of people that know the river and people that are a good engineer. Matt knows that dam pretty well, and he's a good structural engineer. Melinda's, I really believe in her judgment and want to support her in what she thinks is the best course for the city, and let you know that I have confidence in that. So I wanted to support her. It's not just her decision. So I wanted to support that and say that. So with that, I'll probably just let it go back either to questions, or if Melinda, Matt, and Sarah, you have something you'd like to clarify, that's okay with me as well.
Mayor Finkelstein, Melinda, anything before we open it to questions?
I guess one of the things, Melinda Harder, Assistant Director, MSO. One of the things that I would mention is, working with one contractor. I'm all for alternative delivery. I know I'm always coming to you talking about alternative delivery. One of the issues here is, as we were looking at the contract and our constraints with time and going back and forth on language, we were not able to spread out the risk to the level that I was comfortable with. I would prefer in a design build contract to have more of the risk on the contractor. When that came up during negotiations, there were much higher contract numbers thrown out. If they take on the risk, we're looking at X dollar amount. They just were not comfortable with that, and that's why we ended up where we're at. I'm not confident that we would necessarily get a much lower bid if we were to bid this. However, we might have more favorable contract terms, so that at least we would feel confident that, this is a max cost and not have to have a lot of unknowns. I don't feel real comfortable with the schedule. As with the team, we were really hoping to get their cost proposal at the same time as that final report. Came about 2 weeks later. So that concerns me as we were sending contract comments back and forth. I don't want to say anything ill about a contractor, but at the same time, they did appear busy with other things as well. And having no float in their contract, I have a lot of concerns that we would not make that contract schedule. What I feel would happen is if we get those flows that we typically have late April and into May, we may get mobilization, as Sarah mentioned, $170,000 for mobilization, but it's also the lump sum line items for the access road, them dealing with dewatering, the design costs, the form work. And as I mentioned, I didn't share all those costs, but we're looking at the potential to have almost $1 million spent before we get much concrete placed at all. Out of that 1.662 million, less than 200,000 of that's concrete. And unless we have concrete placed, we really haven't made any progress. So those are some things I would mention. I feel the scour hole maintenance project took care of those big concerns we had, safety concerns with the integrity of the dam. This was something that we tried to get in just because we had favorable low flow conditions. But just because we made the best effort doesn't mean necessarily that now it's that whole sunken cost fallacy, right? Doesn't mean that we should keep proceeding down this path if there's a lot of risk. So I'm not a betting person. I like low risk. And so I don't know if you've seen that in my presentations in the past, but I hope you take that into consideration as well. I did not want to be the one to recommend this and then have storms come through in April. So thank you.
Mayor Finkellein, thank you. Let's go ahead and open it up for questions. I'm sure we'll get some questions. I know that might answer some of those comments, but
yeah, I might make one comment about Matt's flows. And one thing I think is important to note is that is the mean in the river and not the median. And so that can really be thrown off by high anomalous flows. So, there are 1,000 ways you can analyze the river, but I do think we want to caution ourselves to when we look at that data and just keep that in mind. And we know that there have been high flows at every season, but I think again underscoring that termination for convenience clause, which according to J.F. Brennan means that the city can terminate the contract at any time for whatever reason they choose. So it could be high flows. It could be that simply that we've met the budget, and therefore we're not gonna spend any more. So I'll leave that, and then I'll be ask away if anybody has any questions for me.
I feel that. Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Larson?
Yeah, Commissioner Larson, could we go back to that Exhibit A, please? With the map or with the aerial. So this question is to Matt Bond. This is Commissioner Larson again. Could you explain to me the level of degradation from the Sun Porch South versus the Sun Porch North? Could you talk about that a little bit, please?
Yeah, this is Matt Bond, Engineering Program Manager. So one of the things that when we were looking for a reduced scope, that's what we were asking, hey, what can we get for under $1.5 million? And then that's when they came back and they said, we can do, south of the Sun Porch and get that done. And so I was pleased with that option because, as Sarah had in the picture that she provided, and thank you for doing that, Sarah, is this area right in here has got a lot of, it's the area that suffers from the pockmarks of the degradation. So there's like divots or depressions in the front face of the dam. And so what the repair method would be is we'd come in and there would be a 16-foot wide concrete pad that would be placed basically from the Sun Porch. It would be something, I apologize, that's supposed to be a rectangle. It was placed in.
This is Commissioner Larson again. I'm more interested, and I appreciate the explanation. When you talked about it the first time, I'm more interested in understanding better the level of degradation south of the Sun Porch versus that north. Because you didn't talk much about the degradation north of the Sun Porch. Is it worse than south, or are they equal, or do we have some pockets that present more risk?
Matt Bond, Engineering Program Manager. So I would say yes. I would say the area south of the Sun Porch has got more degradation. So they've got the deeper pitting, the deeper pocking on that piece. So I would also point out that this is the area that's immediately downstream of the Obermeyer gates. And so that is the area that is used to help regulate the mill pond, Because if that's easier to drop a couple of those Obermeyer gates as opposed to deflating the entire inflatable rubber dam that you see just to the north or on the top of the picture. So with that constant flow of dropping and lowering those, I believe that's, in my opinion, that's why that area has suffered the higher degradation.
Okay. Mr. Arson, thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. A couple of years ago, we did some work on the north part of that dam. Did that extend down to the sun porch when we did that work?
Are you talking about the Matt Bond, Engineering Program Manager? Are you talking about the work we did in 2009?
No, I think it was just a couple of years ago where we poured quite a bit of concrete in some along the north part of the dam. Did that extend down to the sun porch, that work?
Engineering Program Manager Matt Bond. No, that did not. That was a hole in the apron that was immediately south of the North Obermeyer Gate. So that was on the area that we call the apron, where the water falls over on top of it.
Okay. Commissioner Arson, thank you. That sounds good. So I do have a question now for maybe it's Melinda or I guess whoever. If we don't do the work now, when would you propose that we do it?
Melinda Harger, Assistant Director, Municipal Services and Operations. When we had looked at that scour hole maintenance project, Bowersock had recommended the fall as the best time to plan for projects. So we were going to look at doing that late August, early September, have everything designed and ready, bid, and then we would take a look at that time frame. Of course, if there are higher flows and we would need to delay it, we would make sure the contract is written such that we have the flexibility to do that. Just like the work with TSP, we extended the contract for a year when we had the flooding in 2019 that made it, basically we had flood conditions from May of 2019 all the way until April of 2020. So we could always extend the contract to the next fall if we needed to, or if conditions were favorable come November and we were able to work with the Corps again on their winter drawdown, we could try to still get the work done through the winter next year.
Commissioner Arson, thank you, Melinda. I guess I'm a little bit surprised when you talk about doing it in the fall, because when I look at your numbers from the chart, the flow chart that Matt put into the package, it seems to me like the best months, as you stated, was February, March, and actually about half of April is where the flows are below the 5,000. But you get into September, October, November, and December, and the flow data doesn't really support the idea that it's under 5,000 cubic feet CFS consistently. So help me understand better why you think that the fall is better, given the fact that those numbers for February, March, and April seem to me more optimum.
Melinda Harger, Assistant Director, MSO. As I recall, when we were going through that scour hole maintenance project and having discussions, we looked at concrete work best during a little bit warmer times. So you're looking at April to November. And then when you look at that and you look at the high flows starting at the end of April, that really doesn't give you time to complete a project. And so that's when we had decided in conjunction with Bowersock that fall would be the best time. So the thought is you would get started during a low flow time. You'd be able to judge when you provide that notice to proceed and mobilize, taking a look at everything that's happening in the watershed and what you're seeing in terms of precipitation and, what are the levels in the reservoirs upstream. And then you could mobilize and get this work done. We're looking at 12 weeks is what we're thinking, similar to what JF Brendan had proposed. They thought 8 weeks working continuously, but that when it came to the contract, they wanted 12 for construction. So that was something they had thrown out there. And I think that would be appropriate, would be at least 12 weeks.
Commissioner Arson, thanks, Melinda. So if we did wait and do this in the fall, the idea that we'd have to pay for a new road, as well as build a new cofferdam, as well as the possibility of having to do an upstream cofferdam, are you looking at costs to that would be included in the project up to almost an additional $1 million? Does that sound reasonable?
Melinda Harger, Assistant Director, MSO. We have built the road that was built, looking at the cost of that, it was about $250,000 to build that road, but that includes also the riprap that was added. And this is for the portion of the road that we would hope to keep and reuse. So I could see maybe 100,000 if we did get extremely high flows, to make that again a temporary road for that lower portion of it. As far as the cofferdam was constructed for 40,000, the one we have now. And then the city did share in half that cost, or just under half that cost, so about 20,000. So I think the estimate for a future cofferdam's high. We're not sure how much of that material would remain, but hopefully we, could look at having that cofferdam again for under 100,000. You could build that. The cofferdam upstream, I have a hard time analyzing that because I feel like it wasn't needed for this project, but that high number is being thrown out for if we don't get it done now. So my concern is we get started without having that cofferdam upstream, and we put out, $500,000 or more. We don't get the project done. The flows come through. Now we have to do all this additional cost later. So I have a difficult time with that upstream cofferdam just because it didn't seem as necessary for the projects that we were working on this year. That Bowersock was working on with their powerhouse, but yet it's being proposed as something that has to happen in the future, which it doesn't seem appropriate.
Commissioner Larson, what I had understood was just that the condition of the head gates was suspect for future use to hold the waters back. But I would like to hear from Sarah about that. If she would talk about that a little more, please.
Yeah, sure. Okay, a couple of things. I just really feel I need to correct the record. So for the $250,000 that was spent on the road, the access road, one of the downsides to that, which obviously there's been quite a bit of discussion about it in the community, is that the contractor, when Kissick Construction built that road, they had like 15,000 tons of dirt that they were going to truck in. But the contractor that came in from Michigan clawed all the dirt out of the bank below the Spring Hill Suites. So there's no dirt left to build that road with. So that was unfortunate, and it's going to have to get fixed. But it means that once that road gets washed out, then you have to truck in all the dirt to build the new road, and then you're going to have to deal with the bank that's now left at an 80-degree slope. So that is why I put in the number that I did for that access road. And then with regard to the cofferdam, I went with a low number because I went with a higher cofferdam. But when we first got that cofferdam bid out, we were getting numbers in like the 300,000 range, 350. But then we said, okay, you can use all the dirt from the island. So everything out there was built from.
This is Commissioner Larson. Could you just talk about the upstream cofferdam that you say would likely be needed? I think I understand about the downstream costs.
Okay, so record is corrected that those costs that's where those costs came from. And then with regard to the head gates, I can send Porter some drawings and I can get a statement from our engineer, Mike Falby. But currently those head gates have, the last time those head gates were worked on was 1994 after the 1993 flood. And there, a lot of those steel members are rotting out. They have gaps in them. And we need to replace that steel. Okay, but we cannot replace the steel we can't replace it in the current conditions. So part of why we have the surveyors coming in every single week to check that those head gates is because of our fear of head gate collapse. So, we couldn't afford to build a cofferdam upstream because all of our dollars are being allocated already to our fixing of our South Powerhouse. So we had our engineer come in and he said, okay, it's okay if you do this. We dewatered it and then we waited. We wouldn't let anybody in the flume. And then we had the surveyors come in and they had to, first of all, we had them in there like every other day to make sure that it wasn't going to collapse. And then once we proved that it was sound, then we allowed work to begin. And I can probably share some photographs with city commissioners regarding the rotted nature of the steel. It's fine normally to use those head gates because they're not under any pressure. And so there's no difference in water. But when we dewater them, when we use them to dewater, we have to drop those head gates in there, and then you have to bring divers in to seal them up. And then you have all the pressure of the Kansas River on 25 feet of head pressing on that antiquated steel structure. So, did we feel okay about it for this one round? Yes. Would I feel okay about doing it again? Well, it would make me feel uncomfortable. I don't, the steel has to be replaced. In my mind, what I'm thinking about from my own situation is at some point I'm thinking, I thought, okay, we're going to get this job all done. These head gates are going to be fine for this one. If we have to do them again, I would put a cofferdam in again. If I had to pay for it myself, if I didn't have to dewater the whole river, I would just do my cofferdam right in front of my head gates. So it'd be a lot, so I could afford to do it, but I can't afford to do it right now. That's why I'm worried about the head gates, but I could definitely get a statement from Mike Falvey if people would feel more comfortable with that.
Commissioner Arson, thank you, Sarah. Thanks on that. So Commissioner Arson, I just want to make sure I understand, Melinda, that the contract that is being proposed right now, if we were to move forward with it, there is the contingency that we can stop the work and only pay what's done. But your understanding or what you've indicated is that you think we could incur over $1 million or at least up to $1 million worth of costs before we even start pouring concrete. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you.
Yes, potential for that.
Commissioner Larson, that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Mayor Finkel, other questions from commissioners? I have a few as well, but maybe I'll open it up to public comment just to see if we have any public comment before we bring it back to the commission. If any member of the public would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, or turn your camera on and wave at Sherry, and Sherry will call upon you.
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. No one has indicated they want to comment on this item.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you. I'll bring it back to the commission. Couple questions from me. Melinda, do we think that I know this is officially this is an update on this design build project. Do you think you've negotiated as best you can with JF Brennan, or if we offered any sort of direction on contract terms like start date or flexibility or XYZ, do you think those are still possibilities to have done, or are we done with the negotiation side?
Linda Harger, Assistant Director, MSO. We're done with the negotiation side.
I think I thank you on that. I certainly understand as an engineer that risk is something we don't like. Engineers do not like risk. And I understand not wanting to take risk. I guess I'm trying to weigh the fact that we know we'll have additional costs next year, and we're weighing that against the possibility of additional costs this year. We certainly could have good weather, get some work done, get quite a bit of work done, and be happy. There's risk, obviously, that we get rain, it knocks us out. So I guess I'm trying to think of, how do you weigh the certainty of additional expense next year versus the uncertainty this year, besides the fact that I know engineers are risk adverse, which I appreciate.
Melinda Harger, Assistant Director, MSO. I think I looked at the data, which told me something about this, as well as just how the negotiations have gone. And I feel that, I guess maybe part of it, I'm going with that feel just on the ability of the team to deliver in the time frame that they're providing. The 8 weeks puts us all the way into mid-May. And so I think if we're getting into May at all, the data is really pointing at that's one of the worst 3 months for flows that we would see all year. So the way I'm looking at it is most likely we're going to have to come back to finish the work anyway. So we're already going to have those costs later. It's whether we're also going to take on some of the costs now. That's kind of the way I was looking at it. I do see the benefit later on, of working together with Bowersock. If we did do a upstream cofferdam and they were able to work on some of the head gates that they needed to, I don't know that all those costs would be on the city. I would hope that there could be some shared, benefit in that. So I don't know that we're really looking at $1 million later on. But it's hard to know what those costs are or what a bid project would be, since we have not put this out there to get competitive bids. So.
Mayor Finkel, thank you. And I don't know if this is for you or Matt. Sarah talked about the fact that if we got the base in, the first step, that would give additional support, and then, incrementally more support. I mean, do you agree with that there would be benefit if we only get 30% done and they have to pull out, that we've bought ourselves more time, or we definitely back here next year, even if they get, let's say 30 or 40% done? I mean, let's say they get in to May 1st, they get 6 weeks in. Do we have a benefit there? Do you agree with that or not?
At Bond Engineering Program Manager, yeah, I would agree. Anytime you can add mass to the dam, that's a benefit. It's just, like Melinda said, it's the risk. I will add one caveat that when I did the project in 2009, we started in the fall and we ended up finishing in March. And in that particular case, that was when we were driving sheet pile on the upstream side of the dam. And we had the benefit of running water through the Obermeyer gates on the south side. And at the time, Sarah didn't have the North Power plant built, so we still had the flume that they had, or the spillway on the north side. And so the contractor in that case put a temporary bridge over the top of the spillway. So we were able to mitigate the flow on both sides. So in a similar instance, if we were to push this off, we could do something similar to that. We could build the cofferdam on the upstream side. So Sarah would be able to do her head gates and maybe even extend it over in front of the Obermeyer gates to do any maintenance on that and keep the water off of the work down below, and we'd be able to mitigate it a little better. Ultimately, there's no wonderful time to get in there. With what we were seeing at the time, that's why we proceeded the way we did. We were like, hey, we're seeing low flows. This is the time to strike. I'm a little disappointed that we didn't get this proposal. And, if we'd gotten it at that first week in January and we could have executed then, I don't want to cry over spilt milk. It's already done. But that was the reasoning we had for the reason we proceeded, because we were going to have February and March and April to work on this. And so that's what it is. You're right. Anytime we're going to get in the river, it's a, one spiked event, like Sarah said, is going to run us out of there. So the table I have is mean average values. It's not a median. I mean, you've got outliers that are always going to spike it. So.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you. I think I saw in the report that we had a start date or a tentative start date of March 12th. Is that a contractual start date? Can we require a start date then, or how is that in the contract?
Melinda Harger, Assistant Director, MSO, that was working with the contractor to expedite their schedule as much as possible, and that's what they were looking at. That was based on us trying to get a turnaround of 1 day for any review comments on the design documents. So on our end, we're trying to expedite those as much as possible and only do a 1 day review time. But it was It was based on it taking a few days for them to get their bonds together after the decision made tonight and execute the contract by the end of next week. And then a couple weeks for design, and then getting the design documents to us for a one-day review. And then mobilizing any, they have the mobilization, but also the access. So they're thinking they would actually be able to start work by mid-May or mid-March.
I think that's how I understood it. I guess my question is, if we get to March 5th and they say, oh, it's going to take us 3 more weeks to mobilize, we'll be there April 1st, is that a violation of the contract, or is that just, that's okay?
Melinda Harger, Assistant Director, MSO. All we have is a completion date of June 5th, so they could delay. Now, we could decide if they're not in there by the beginning of April just to stop, and we've only paid for design at that point. But contractually, they're not required to mobilize by a certain.
Things I was thinking about, if we could either make sure they're in the contract or be sure we had some points there. Obviously, the quicker we start, the better. I guess my other question, and maybe this is for Sarah, or maybe it's for Matt. I think Sarah mentioned this. I guess some rain events, when it stopped the project, you would just slow it down. Other project, a 2-week rain or something like that would shut the whole project down. I guess I'm not sure what risk I'm weighing there. If we have scattered rain in March, April, May, they have to take a few days off, they get back on the river, that's okay. But what would stop the work altogether? A prolonged event?
I can take that. This is Sarah Hill Nelson with Bowersock. I think, one thunderstorm that rolls down I-70, so everything on the Kansas River is dam controlled, with the exception of right south of Topeka, Soldiers Creek. So we can get hit by water out at Soldiers Creek. But then you're looking at it's about a 20, depending on how long the rain lasts, right? If it's a one big rainstorm, you got 24 hours, and then you either, if the coffer dam were inundated, then you just pump it out again and you go back to work. So the kind of thing that would require full demobilization would be if the reservoirs, they filled up and the Corps couldn't hold it anymore. And that there's quite a window on that. I think we can hold in Perry, we can hold in Tuttle, every single reservoir in our watershed is they're prepped for spring rains right now. They're ready to hold that. And like I said, the Corps has been really good, and they are very committed to getting the job done. So I think, when you think about what would run you off the job, certainly not a singular rain event. It would have to be a massive shift in rain pattern. It would have to move from this dry pattern that we're seeing and has been predicted to continue. And it would need to flip into to change the pattern into a wet cycle for us not to be able to make pretty darn good progress.
Mayor Finkelstein, Matt or Melinda, is that how you analyze it as well?
Matt Bond, Engineering Program Manager. Yes, that's correct. I would agree with what Sarah just stated, that a single rain event it depends on the intensity and the duration of the rainstorm, obviously, but if it happens downstream of Perry, and we're going to see that, there's nothing to hold that rain back. It may run us out of the job site for a couple of days, but unless it was a continued weather forecast that would, raise those levels on the river, then that would be a different story.
Melinda Harger, Assistant Director, MSO. So smaller repeated rain events could keep them from coming back in. Basically, the small events, they may move their equipment out to higher ground. That $170,000 is for true demobilization for an extended period, not just for a couple days here or there. But we don't know what those costs would be. Contractually, they would share the costs and say this is what it is to remobilize, and we'd have the decision at that point to make whether to do that or not.
Mayor Fingler, thank you. Other questions?
This is Commissioner Ananda. Thank you, Mayor. I think that you had mentioned, finishing it now versus finding the right time to do that and being risk averse in that instance. But I think that I'm also hearing that maybe one of the risks is if this isn't finished with this contract, we don't have anything in it. One, around the start date, which I think, Mayor, you mentioned and was addressed, but also finishing with this contract. So we had previously contracted where if it wasn't completed, then that contract would be extended, but it doesn't sound like that is included in this. Is that correct, Matt or Melinda?
Melinda Harger, Assistant Director, MSO. We would be able to work with them to extend the contract if they were also agreeable to that. It would include the additional cost of remobilization, but we could look at using them in the fall, for instance, if there was an event that pushed them out. But that's not something that's already written into the contract and decided on.
This is Commissioner Hernandez. So in addition to that start date language, adding that language and your kind of insecurities around the history of the relationship with this company, it sounds like, if you make a counter offer, then they can just say deals off. I guess for me, Mayor, those are some of the other factors in the being risk averse on this that I'm thinking about, that I'm considering as we're looking at what we want to do here.
I think like Commissioner Lawson, will you?
Yeah, Commissioner Larson here. I did want to ask about the design. You said the design is done, but it's going through some final work. Is that correct? Do I understand that correctly?
Melinda Harger, Assistant Director, MSO. They did the work for the final report, but they were not comfortable until a decision was made on moving forward on the detailed design. So all they have is what was provided in that report, which is attached. It's referenced in the agreement, so it's part of the agreement.
Okay. So I was just thinking, Commissioner Larson again, I was just thinking that if they did the design, then is that something that we could use to go out to bid if we decided to do it at a later date? But if it's not even been done yet, then that's kind of a moot point. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Melinda Harger, Assistant Director, MSO. We did have some conversations with Bar Engineering as well. And I'm not confident that even if they completed the design, they would be comfortable with us using it for bidding. They would not be preparing it to be bid documents, but they also, if you notice, we updated our agenda item. They were not comfortable with us just proposing an action, which was to negotiate an amendment with them. They had some concerns with liability language in the city standard contract, and they preferred to be a sub to JF Brennan. Being out of town, there were some additional costs they might have if it was direct contracted with them. And also they have this understanding with JF Brennan, and they've worked with them before. So if they had to work with another contractor, they could potentially want additional scope in their agreement with us. So after discussions with them yesterday, they had asked that we would instead propose option one as issuing an RFP, and they may or may not respond to that RFP.
Actually, I have a question then. This is Sarah Hill Nelson with Bowersock. Does
Mayor,
that
think like Sarah, can you look?
wait, hold my question?
Ask questions, yes.
Yeah, sure. I just had a question about what Melinda just said, so I can type it in the chat.
Other questions from commissioners or comments? Well, this is a interesting question of risk reward, but Commissioner Lawson, you're about to speak, so I'll let you go.
Yeah, Commissioner Larson here. I guess I'll just a couple things that kind of raised red flags for me on this project, because as I was reviewing all the data, and I had spoke with Sarah earlier and had some discussions with her on it, and got a few answers to some questions I had earlier from staff. The couple things that kind of concern me, because I was looking at the possibility of maybe doing part of it and then finishing it later. But after hearing the presentation tonight from all parties, one of the big things that I heard from Melinda, at least, is this is supposed to be a design build, and the beauty of a design build, or one of the positive things of a design build, is that the risk is on the contractor. And that's really, really key and very important from a legal standpoint. We can't forget that. And she is concerned that risk now is on us. That's my understanding. And so I have great concern about that. And the fact that I believe she said there was no float in the contract. Is that correct, Melinda?
Melinda Harger, Assistant Director, MSO. It was correct in the fact that they had proposed the 8 days, or the 8 weeks, 7 days a week, 10-hour days. They did, in the end, extend what would be the final completion date to June 5th to give themselves 4 more weeks. But that was only after we said we would put liquidated damages on them of $1,000 a day.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner Larson, thank you. Then the other thing that hasn't had me concerned was when Melinda talked about the idea that we, there's within the termination clause within the contract would allow us just to pay for what work has been done up to that point, which I thought, that seems real reasonable. However, when Melinda talks about the fact that we could spend about $1 million before we even poured, a yard of concrete, that's very, very concerning that that could happen. And if the items are bid lump sum, line items like that, then the contractor would have every right to charge that regardless of how much they actually spent doing the work. So those two things have got me really concerned about this project. I would love to find a way to get some of it done. But those two factors right there, those two risk factors has got me really hesitant about moving forward. Although I would say that I'm not for sure if I see a better time of the year to do it other than February, March, and April. How this is going to turn out next year. Now, it does seem like we're going to have obviously some added costs if we go out for bid on this thing next fall. And the idea that we may have to work on an upstream coffer dam, I don't know. That's something that would have to obviously be worked out from an engineering standpoint. But as I said, those two factors alone have me very hesitant about wanting to move forward with the contract this spring.
Mayor Finkeldijk, Melinda, could you explain the $1 million again? I guess I know the mobilization and some of that would be before they got the concrete in, if they got knocked off. But can you explain that factor again?
Melinda Harger, Assistant Director, MSO. They have 2/3 of the contract is for formwork and placing of that rebar. So if they purchase the rebar, they formed up, let's say, 1/3 to 1/2 of it, as well as all the other lump sum items except concrete, then we would be right around that $1 million mark before they would place even the concrete. If they started with that in the order that Sarah had mentioned, I mean, maybe we'd only be at, $500,000 to $750,000 in before concrete. But those are the concerns we have. They didn't want us to dictate, the order at jumping around of where we would place concrete, but I feel confident that they were going to, start on the south side and work north. But that is some concern that they would do formwork, and for whatever reason, if they couldn't place concrete, they just kept working with formwork, and they had acquired all their rebar materials that they could charge us for all of that, as well as the dewatering and any seepage costs. And of course, the access and the mobilization alone are over $250,000, just that. So.
Mayor Finkeldijk, thank you. Other questions or comments?
This is Commissioner Larson, or Ananda, and I would agree with Commissioner Larson. There we go. My brain was way ahead of my words. And I think that while there is no good option in this instance, or no best option, the first option is the least worst option that we have. So that's where I'm sitting at the moment, barring compelling argument from other commissioners.
Mayor Finkeldite, I guess I certainly think that, I understand the risk reward here, and, I think, I guess I've come into this meeting thinking, well, we know we have additional costs if we don't get this work done. If we just, stop now, we're going to have additional work to do next year. So it seems hard to believe that we'll get a lower bid next year. And so the question for me is, if we spend some money and we get rained out, bad decision. If we proceed and we don't get rained out, good decision. And I certainly understand why, MSO doesn't want to take that risk, or engineers don't want to take that risk, and so, I think that's why it's here to us on the commission level. And I think we're trying to figure out, are we willing to take that risk to have those savings? And it seems like to me there are a lot of benefits to getting this work done now, if we can. And, so, and we know those harm and expenses later. So I guess that's kind of the way I'm leaning. I've certainly heard some things tonight that concern me about the contract. And, if they don't start until April 1st, we're in real trouble, right? If they said they could start on March 1st, we'd all be a lot happier. They're saying March 12th now. I guess I would want to know that we could, get some more guarantees if we're going to proceed, that we're going to do it that way, get them on the river on the 12th and go that way. And that's why I was asking the questions about the contract and the options there. So those are kind of my thought process. Vice Mayor Shipley, Commissioner Bully, thoughts?
Vice Mayor Shipley, yeah, coming in and reading what we had in the packet, I felt the way you did, Mayor, all things being equal. Maybe it's not a wash, but you get risk no matter what you do. I do think some of the points Commissioner Larson brings up are really important.
This Commissioner Bowley, I appreciate the questions and the comments from my fellow commissioners. I'm very concerned when our engineer tells us that a design bid contract will not work for the benefit of the city and that we need to competitively bid it, that we pay attention to that.
This is Commissioner Ananda. This isn't an item for a vote, so this is around consensus regarding the options that are out there. So I don't know how you want us to proceed, Mayor.
This is Commissioner Larson. I thought that one of the options, we would choose one of the options. That was my understanding. Is that was my understanding? Because that's a question I had asked staff, was whether or not we would follow through with a vote on this. Because once we decide tonight, it's not coming back to us. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Mayor Finkel, that was my understanding as well, that we'd make a motion on one of the options. Certainly seems like it's either option 1, which is staff recommendation, or option 3. So at least we've narrowed one off the table, right? And so, other comments or motions?
Commissioner Larson, I would just like to add a couple things, and that is that, there is nothing I'd like to see better, and I'm sure everybody sitting here tonight wants to see us get this thing done as quickly as possible. And I do, really appreciate the work that Sarah Hill Nelson and Bowersock has been doing on this and trying to get this project done. And I understand the potential ramifications for them from a cost standpoint, and I feel I'm very concerned about that. But at the same time, the risk levels that I heard about tonight were just a little bit too far for me to stretch to try to make that happen this spring, because I do think this is the best time to do it. We just are about 2 to 3 weeks short on that good weather pattern. I reluctantly would have to go with option 1 now, just because of those situations. But I do hope that as we move forward with this, that we continue to work with Bowersock to make sure that their needs are met, and that we do everything we can to keep the partnership strong.
Mayor, this is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. I just wanted to comment that in lieu of putting one action,
We listed them out in the executive summary, providing the appropriate language that would need to be read based on the option that the commission chose. Obviously, you could, choose not to do those things, but the idea is that those are the 3 options that you have.
Mayor Finkel, and you're referring to the 3 options on page 1 of the agenda item, correct?
That's correct. It says commission action options. And so it would just be helpful to read out the motion that you choose rather than just say option 1, option 2, option 3.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I would be ready to make a motion. I would move that the city adopt option 1, do not proceed with design build, proceed with design plans for the dam rehabilitation, and advertise for construction bids in late summer 2021. I don't think I need to read any more of it.
I'm not sure if that's the correct option.
Melinda Harger and Meso, under the commission action items, it's at the bottom of the executive summary. There's one about authorizing staff to issue the RFP.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I would rescind my motion and ask for help in finding that. What page is that on in the report?
Mayor Finkel, page 2, I guess.
Oh, okay. Well, I just didn't see it. Thank you. This is Commissioner Ananda. I would move that the City Commission adopt option 1, staff recommendation, authorize staff to advertise a request for proposal for engineering services for the design of the Bowersock Dam rehabilitation. Is that the right one? Okay.
Mayor Finkel, looking for a second.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Finkel, there's been a motion by Commissioner Ananda, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Ananda?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Nay. Passes 4-1. Thank you very much on that. It's a lot of work to be done. I'm sure we'll be talking about the dam for a while yet. So let's all hope for a low rain season no matter what. Don't need any more flooding on the river. Do we need to take a break before we start item 2? Let us take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 8:27.
We're ready here, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you. We'll go ahead and start roll call. Vice Mayor Shipley,
Here.
Commissioner Nanda,
Here.
Commissioner Lawson,
Here.
Commissioner Bully,
Here.
Mayor Finkel, aye, present. We have all 5 commissioners back, and we're now ready for agenda item 2, which is consider adopting 5 principles related to sustainability recommended by the Sustainability Advisory Board. And I assume Jasmine is going to take the lead?
That is correct. Thank you, Mayor. Jasmine Moore, Sustainability Director. So the agenda item that's up for consideration is related to a recommendation from the Sustainability Advisory Board. I'm going to give an overview and then turn it over to Makakwa Jones, who is the chair of the board, for some additional context. So the Sustainability Advisory Board discussed and voted back in November of 2020 to recommend that the City Commission endorse and incorporate these 5 principles into city plans and functions. The principles include 1, to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions through a fair and just transition for all communities and workers. 2, to create jobs with livable wages to ensure prosperity and economic security for all people. 3, to invest in the infrastructure and industry to sustainably meet the challenges of the 21st century. 4, to secure for all people for generations to come clean water and air, climate and community resiliency, healthy food, access to nature, and a sustainable environment. And 5, to promote justice and equity by stopping current, preventing future, and repairing historic oppression of Indigenous peoples, communities of color, migrant communities, deindustrialized communities, depopulated rural communities, the working poor, women, the elderly, the unhoused, people with disabilities, and youth. These principles are modeled after draft legislation at the federal level, which is known as the Green New Deal. And these have been adopted by local governments across the country, as well as other nations. So I wanted to take a moment to talk about the connections to the city of Lawrence. The city has actually already incorporated some of the elements of these principles into plans and policies. Some are very closely aligned, like the 100% renewable energy goal that you all adopted last year. And there are others that are not explicit, but are close and include broad goals. For example, the new Lawrence strategic plan that it will be developing action strategies later this year. The areas of the strategic plan that overlap closely with the principles that I described earlier include the commitment areas of equity and inclusion, as well as environmental sustainability. And then the 2 outcome areas that are closely aligned are prosperity and economic security, as well as infrastructure, asset management, and connectivity. There's a table included in the staff report that maps out some of the plans and policies that already have a tie to these 5 principles. It also identifies what plans are currently in development. So those are identified in italics and are shaded in. And if the City Commission directs staff to integrate these 5 principles into plans and policies, it's likely that those plans that are currently in development would be the first place to start. So today we're looking for direction from the City Commission, specifically to direct staff to integrate these 5 principles into city plans wherever possible. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Makakwa Jones to provide some additional context, and then I will be available for questions.
Good evening. My name is Makakwa Abigail Jones. I'm recently elected chair of the Sustainability Advisory Board, and I'm here to talk about the principles of the Green New Deal. The Sustainability Advisory Board recognizes the political sensitivity around Green New Deal, first of all. And, as far as we're concerned, that's political semantics. And so that's why tonight we're going to focus on the principles of the Green New Deal, not necessarily the politics of the Green New Deal, because the principles, quite frankly, supersede any of the political semantics that's around the title of it. We don't care what you call it, but listen to the principles of it. And I think these are good guidance goals that provide good framework of our economic strategic plan and incorporating some of these principles. Jasmine mentioned the first one is net zero. For those of you who may not be familiar with that, net zero is the balance of greenhouse gas emissions that the city of Lawrence is emitting versus what we're doing to mitigate those greenhouse gas emissions with either captured carbon or any other conservation measures that we're doing to cut back on that. And that the goal is to be carbon neutral, to be capturing this carbon at the same rate that we're emitting this carbon or the greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. And that's something that we would like the city of Lawrence to start paying attention to, is our greenhouse gas emissions and what we're doing to mitigate that. Recently, I watched a documentary and it mentioned that only a handful of cities across the US have adopted a 100% renewable goal for their municipality. And quite frankly, Lawrence is one of those few ones that have adopted this goal. And I'm really proud of that. We should be making that more publicly known. I mean, it's in a documentary. That's something that Lawrence can be proud of. There's other cities that have reached these goals as well. And that's the goal for the city of Lawrence, is to reach these 100% renewable energy goals. We need to be one of the leaders in this, quite frankly. Number two, the principle to transition to green jobs with livable wages. There are some semantics around green versus sustainable. Green focuses wholly on the environment versus sustainability focus holistically on environmental, social, and economic. So when we're talking about these jobs, we need to be focusing on job creation for when it comes to environmentally focused effects. Renewable energy is one way to do this. It's one of the fastest growing job creating industries in the nation right now. Research tells us that renewable energy creates 4.3 times as many jobs as coal does. Job creation from clean energy, either through renewables or energy efficiency, is 5.3 times greater than coal, and 6.7 times greater than natural gas. So, we could see the city of Lawrence investing in renewable energy infrastructure and creating these jobs in our city as an example to show that this is true. Some of the 4 top leading energy companies, quite frankly, made more profits than the fossil fuel industry companies recently. I don't know if anybody knew that, but that was a first. Number 3, to invest in sustainable infrastructure. Let me go back to number 2. One of the things that the city of Lawrence has is we have institutions here that we can promote these trade skills. These are skills that we could be teaching and encouraging our community members to learn and take up. That would be valuable use. We could be those job creators as a city of Lawrence. And I think that's the key point that we're not really focusing on right now. So moving on to principle number 3, invest in sustainable infrastructure. One of the things that the Sustainability Advisory Board has mentioned or thought about in the past has requiring new construction buildings to be renewable energy ready or to be more energy efficient. This could benefit the city and business owners long term. There is a caveat that renewable energy infrastructure is more expensive initially, and that is true. It really is. However, when you look at the long-term financial benefits of investing in renewable energy, that more than pays for itself 3 times over. And that's not something that's easily known information. And so that's something that the city of Lawrence would have to take into account, but also look at the cost benefit analysis, not just short-term, but long-term. This is a twofold thing for business owners, is it will be more expensive in the beginning, but they get twice the benefits out of it, not only for being energy efficient buildings that will save them money, but also for renewable energy that will eventually cut their energy costs drastically, and that they won't be so energy dependent on fossil fuels as that fluctuates as much. So there's the idea of possible tax incentives for business owners who, buy these buildings within the city limits. Creating incentives for these business owners, it's, quite frankly, at the state level, it's been really unstable recently with each administration that takes hold. But we could do this as a city. This is something that we can come up with incentives to give to business owners who transition to more conservation-minded infrastructure. We can grow economically in a sustainable and green way when you look at it that way. And that's not to be overlooked. Number 4 is to achieve clean air, water, and healthy food. We all know that a sustainable environment, a healthy environment, produces healthy community members. What I think a lot of people don't understand is that inherent connection between a healthy community and both environmentally and human health-wise. So when we're talking about a healthy environment, we're not just talking about the grass and the water, we're talking about humans too. And we're talking about environmentally healthy, we're not just talking about human health, mental health. These are all things that fit under the climate change topic. It's a broad-ranging topic, but it can be broken down into every aspect of city planning, seriously. And I think that the more we move to a conservation-minded focus, the more that we can see our city sustainably grow. Lawrence residents want to know where their tax dollars are going. They care about that. And more residents are wanting to feel more morally responsible with their tax dollars. And so they want to invest in environmentally friendly infrastructure or just, environmentally conscious choices. That's something that more and more people are demanding, honestly. Research done backs up transition to green energy reduces costs in the long term, not just lower energy costs, but we're also talking about medical costs. The stress that extreme weather events puts on our community members is increasing rapidly, honestly. And so when we're talking about human health, we're also talking about, these extreme heat actions that are happening due to rapid climate change, honestly. It's already exacerbating our lower income minority communities, our communities with people who have underlying health conditions, and this greatly impacts their health. If you want to anecdotally, the idea that energy costs are going up, that's how much people are paying for their energy and choosing not to pay for food or medicine. The stress that it puts our community members under, which, exacerbates the mental health issue going on in our nation. And so we have to think about it, not just in terms of like a broad ranging, but we have to understand how our families are using their resources and where their resources are stretched. And quite frankly, during this time, people don't have the money to pay for extra energy, the rising energy costs due to fossil fuel. So, that burden then gets shifted back to city government. How are we going to make it easier for our community members to succeed, to thrive? Then we have the issues of environmental extreme weather events. Flooding exacerbates these issues. I've already mentioned heat extremes exacerbate these issues. When you're driving and you're trying to get to work and you can't get to work because, the flooded roads are causing you to slow down. With the last tornado, I was driving under a bridge and the water started pouring in and I almost got trapped under that bridge. That kind of stuff stresses out a community. And so, when we're talking about these principles, there's already impacts on the ground that we're seeing. And that requires us to act sooner rather than later, quite frankly. Our community, I think this COVID epidemic has proved just how much resources are needed in our community to meet the demands and the needs of the people. And those resources are already being scarce. They're already being used up. And so, when we think about how much this is going to continue to happen, not with just a virus epidemic, but extreme weather events, then we need to factor that in. Do we have the resources to meet the needs of the community, or just community members going to be left out, literally cold and starving? And our city government hasn't done anything to do anything about that. So justice and equity part, the last principle is, there's a focus to look at our vulnerable populations, our lower income, our minority, our elderly, our youth, our houseless, our mental health people. And quite frankly, what I tell people quite a bit is when your community focuses on the vulnerable population and the vulnerable population prospers, then everybody prospers, quite frankly. They do. And so if we use that as an indicator of how sustainable our community is, City of Lawrence is, quite frankly, has a lot of work to do when it comes to sustainability. And that's why focusing on your vulnerable populations really helps and gives you a gauge of where you're at and what your success level is with it. And that's something, quite frankly, we're trying to advise on in the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. So I'm the co-chair of the Climate Change Subcommittee, and community engagement has been our priority from day one, because we're not going to know what the needs of the people are unless we ask what the needs of the people are. And so that's something that we're making a priority of this document. And so that's something that I would like the City Commission to factor in when looking at these 5 principles. It's not just about semantics and politics. We're talking about human lives. We're talking about things that are already happening on the ground and things that people need action on now. And so that's why we're advising you to adopt these principles in the overall economic strategic plan for the City of Lawrence, because, I mean, we've already been experiencing this. We all see it. And so now it's time to get our policy on board with what the people are trying to get done themselves. So call it whatever you want to call it, Green New Deal, Royal Blue New Deal. I mean, that might go along with the Jayhawks. But quite frankly, the impacts that are happening on the ground are more important than what we call it. These principles are guiding principles, and hopefully they provide a framework for the economic strategic plan. That's the goal. That's what we're advising. And so I think it's overwhelmingly from the community it's time for our government to rise up and address the needs of the people in the City of Lawrence. So I'll open it up to questions. Thank you.
Mayor Finkel, thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Questions from the commissioners? Any questions before we open it up to public comment?
This is Commissioner Ananda. I think that I really appreciate that bringing these to us. They can feel disparate, these 5 items, when you look at them separately. But I think especially in light of the conversation that we've been having as a commission, looking at the 5th item, and how we've talked about how in our parameters and our matrices, sustainability and equity, when they are part of the conversation, kind of have their own points to add to all of our strategic plan goals. And thinking about too, I think that this provides an opportunity to think about, when we think about racial equity and sustainability, they also lift each other up in that way. And I didn't know, Makakwa, if you wanted to talk a little bit about that, or if you all have had discussions about that on Sustainability Advisory Board, or Jasmine as well.
That's something that we have been discussing. How do we advise on policies that address the income inequality, or, the racial justice aspect of climate change action? And so when we started out discussing the update of the Lawrence Action and Sustainability Plan for climate change, one of the things that I pushed for and brought into the discussion was using a tribal climate action plan to guide us at every step of the way, because that community engagement piece is important. A lot of times these discussions happen, and you have these organizations that put the onus on the people. Log into this Zoom meeting and follow this strict structure of how you're going to make your voice heard. And quite frankly, it can be intimidating, especially for underrepresented communities and marginalized communities. And so how do we bring that community engagement back to them, and make it easy for them to engage? And then just understanding the values behind community engagement. And so we're looking at a community engagement piece being a really large part of, once we get all of the data back, the technical information that we need, and then sharing that as a community engagement piece, so that we can use those marginalized voices, and they, we focus on that just as much as people who are already engaged, or other groups of people that they all represent different voices, but some have a harder time expressing those voices. And so we've tried to structure these our meetings and our development of this action plan, focusing on these marginalized communities, quite frankly. In the larger discussion, we still see a lot of times that marginalized communities aren't having a big say-so in this. And that's kind of become a gap in environmental discussion right now, and climate change discussion, is where do these marginalized communities come in? How are we going to speak with them when there's highly technical information? How do we develop policy when they're not engaging in the political system? And these are all problems that we feel can be rectified with our measures of community engagement in place. And so that's what makes our climate action and adaptation plan so unique to other people around us, is we're making that a priority, and we're prioritizing our vulnerable communities so that we can all possibly prosper.
This is Jasmine Moore, Sustainability Director. I just wanted to add to that. Our original plan was that our climate plan would be pretty much done by now. And with COVID last year, that really slowed us down and really changed our staff capacity to move this forward. But as Makokwa alluded to, the work hasn't stopped. It's just slowed down. So we've been continuing to work. We've been continuing to have conversations around equity and sustainability, and are working on that more equitable engagement strategies that look different than what we traditionally do as a city or a community. And so the other thing that I wanted to highlight is, during COVID, we've heard a lot about frontline communities and the folks that are hit first and worst by COVID. We're talking about the same thing as it relates to climate. And so who are those communities that are hit first and worst when it comes to these extreme weather conditions and the ripple effects that happen as a result of those? And so those are the priority populations that we're looking at, and investing in engagement strategies that touch those populations, because as Makokwa said, oftentimes those communities don't have the capacity to come to a city meeting in person, or to read a document, or to take a survey. And so we are excited about the community engagement strategies that are in development, and we hope to roll out soon for that process. And the fact that the Sustainability Advisory Board is putting forth these recommendations is another point to how people are not satisfied with even slowing down the process. So I really see this as a way to continue pushing the work of our climate work. And this is an opportunity to embed this into some of the plans and policies that are in development now, instead of creating a separate standalone document that might be called the Lawrence Green New Deal. The ask is to integrate these into plans and policies so that they can be really institutionalized and carried forward across the board, and not just held out separately.
Commissioner Nanda, thank you both for that. I appreciate it.
I will mention that one critique of the Green New Deal, the larger Green New Deal, is it doesn't go far enough for these marginalized and underrepresented communities, which presents a good possibility for the City Commission to kind of design our own city Green New Deal. And so we can rectify that gap in the larger Green New Deal. And that's a possibility that I would be excited to see, honestly.
I think there are other questions before we open it to public comment. Seeing no questions at this time. If you would like to make comment on this item, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, or by turning on your camera and letting Sherry know, and she will call on you as she sees them.
Chris Flowers, please unmute, state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and one question I would have, I'm looking at the agenda and it's under the executive summary, under, I guess, item 5, where it lists all the communities that have been oppressed, I guess. I was just wondering if LGBTQ, if that was going to be on the list at all, because I'm not seeing it on here. And just, I think transsexuals that in the upcoming decade or so, they're going to be one of the groups that's going to be facing the hardest battles. I think we're going to be in for a fight over bathroom rights, and like if high school, like how young can people be allowed to choose to become another sex? And I think we should be doing our part for that community. So I'd like to see LGBTQ added to the list of the oppressed minorities, I guess. And also, I was just thinking, I'm for this, but I would like, when we talk about sustainability, when I'm not that familiar with the Green Deal, but when I looked it up, I don't think it does much about promoting population control. Like, if we could figure out how to get people who don't want to have kids not to have kids, that seems like that'd be doing a lot of good. I'd rather, because the more people we have, that's just the more pollution we're going to get. So if we could figure out how to keep people who don't want kids from having kids, then that'd be a lot less pollution right there. And it'd be good for our current situation. Like, just think about our current housing. Like, affordable housing would be in better shape if high schoolers here, if none of them had any kids, because that's just going to create more people, and they're more likely going to be poor, and they're going to need housing. So I just wanted to throw that out there, but especially about the question about if LGBTQ is included in the list of the minorities. Thank you.
Joel Campbell, please unmute, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Joel Campbell, and I support the City Commission adopting the principles of the Green New Deal. I think ultimately the point behind the Green New Deal, or the principles of the Green New Deal, is to utilize the government and the economy to benefit all people, as many people as we can, which should already be doing. But the Green New Deal kind of just takes it a step further and makes it as many people as maybe we are able to. And I think it's the most significant and thorough solution for the most incredible problems of our time. It will take a lot of effort, to be sure. It'll take a lot of money, but it's going to be worth it, because it's quite literally falling apart. And speaking personally, there's just one example of investing in infrastructure that benefits a lot of people, is the Kansas City streetcar. If you're not aware, the Kansas City streetcar is basically a tram system that runs back and forth across, I should specify. And this is I guess an endorsement for that sort of public transit idea, as well as just better public transit in general. Speaking about the Kansas City streetcar specifically, it's made more than $2 billion from the revenue from slightly increased taxes in the area that the streetcar runs, which businesses agreed to, as ultimately it will increase their revenue, the businesses' revenue, as well as the cities. And better public transit and better streetcars, that there will be fewer cars on the road, which reduces vehicle deaths, carbon emissions, and road maintenance costs. And as well, better public transit increases accessibility in our very car-centric country. So those who maybe are not able to afford a car, or aren't able to get where they need to be, will no longer have that problem, or at least it will be much less significant. And that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Kate Hayfield, please unmute, state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi,
My name is Kate Hayfleet. I also wanted to speak on behalf of sort of the city of Lawrence adopting a Green New Deal and these related sustainability policies. It was mentioned earlier that there is sometimes sort of a cost going into it, but I'm a biology major. I'm studying ecology, and I remember one of my teachers talking about climate change and how it's sort of a pay me now or pay me a lot more later situation. Like there is definitely a when you're going into it, you have to invest, but in terms of financial and human and environmental and infinite other benefits, eventually it will pay off. So it's just, I think, important to invest in the future during the present, so that we can have a more sustainable future, I guess, because that's what we're all talking about. And that's what I've got for you. Thank you.
Brian Schaff, please unmute, state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
All right. Hi, my name is Brian Schaff. I'm with Clean Air Now, and I want to voice my support for the Commission adopting these principles. I don't think it's really any secret that the impacts of climate change are already occurring, and many of them are much worse than the most pessimistic models that scientists predicted. And to meet basic climate targets set by scientists, we need to take some action now. Incorporating these principles into city plans and functions is going to be an essential step in assuring climate resiliency for the city of Lawrence. With the impacts of climate change becoming our reality, to not take these principles into account when planning could be catastrophic in the future. It is imperative that we achieve 100% renewable energy, and I believe that the first step to this in Lawrence is to shut down the Lawrence coal plant. The burning of fossil fuels, specifically from coal plants, pollutes our skies, dirties our water, and poisons our communities. How are we going to reach net zero emissions when we still have a coal plant operating within the city? These aren't just environmental issues either. The operation of this coal plant leads to higher rates of cardiovascular disease, respiratory diseases, including asthma, and even premature deaths. Even worse, Black and Brown communities face higher risk to being exposed to particulate pollutants emitted from these coal plants. This isn't happening in some faraway city across the country. It's happening in Kansas, and it's happening in Lawrence. It's important that we ensure a just transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy and net zero emissions. Through this, we are presented with the opportunity to create many jobs, and it's important that these jobs provide livable wages to ensure prosperity. We should also make sure to ensure that no workers get left behind by providing them with transitional training as well as opportunities to work in these new fields that may have been replaced that may have replaced their old career. It's important to understand that adopting these principles isn't just for the safety of us living here now, it's for the safety, security, and resiliency of countless generations to come. This framework is our first step to ensuring our future decisions are the right ones and that the city of Lawrence continues to be resilient, beautiful, and becomes fossil-free forever. Thank you.
Michael Ullman, please unmute, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michael Allman, and I'm speaking for myself tonight. First of all, Mako Kwaz-Jones' presentation was excellent. I can't say anything bad about the Sustainability Advisory Board and their work. But in spite of their work, what we're looking at tonight leaves much to be desired, unfortunately. The Commission has been criticized on occasion for not declaring a climate emergency or even using the word climate, and also for shunning the term Green New Deal in favor of sustainability principles. But I'm glad actually that this item is not labeled a Green New Deal, because what is before us this evening is definitely not a Green New Deal, unfortunately. Pardon me for saying, but it's posturing. It's pretense, it's PR. Maybe you didn't notice, maybe you did. But when your staff received the December 7th memo from the Sustainability Advisory Board recommending a Green New Deal, staff pulled a switcheroo on you in 2 major ways. The Green New Deal is and has been from the inception an economic recovery plan to transition away from a fossil fuel economy. The Sustainability Advisory Board, item number 2, recommended, and I quote, to create green jobs with livable wages. But when the city manager's staff wrote up that item number 2, they deleted the word green. That effectively nullifies the intended transition to a fossil-free economy, a green economy. The second distortion of the proposal is that staff summarized it with no mention of the primary ask of the Sustainability Advisory Board. The SAB memo states, and I quote, the Green New Deal is an economic recovery plan, and the Sustainability Advisory Board recommends these 5 principles be used as a guiding rubric for Lawrence's economic planning. As Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator, Danielle Bushketter did not include these principles in the strategic plan, though many community groups requested there be a climate component. Bushketter also did not include these Green New Deal principles in her priority-based budget matrix, nor in the capital improvement planning matrix. All these guiding economic planning tools of Lawrence were adopted first, and this Green New Deal proposal was held off until now, after the fact. So please reject this pretend Green New Deal. Instruct staff to reinsert the word green before jobs in Principle 2 and have them bring back this formal policy resolution that will inform in clearly defined ways our economic planning tools and our budget process. Thank you very much.
Katie Lorenz, please unmute, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Kate Lorenz. I use she, her pronouns, and thank you very much to the Sustainability Advisory Board for all your work on this, to the Mayor and the City Commission for listening to our comments. In April 2009, I was sitting on my couch with my spouse holding my newborn sleeping baby. She was like a baby in a movie. She was really beautiful and looked older, like those older kids that they, hired to play newborn babies in a movie. And I was in a clean house, miraculously. The sun was setting. I had one of those feelings that everything was just right in that moment. Then my husband turned on a preview for the Planet Earth documentary, and I saw these herds of animals running and fish sparkling and swimming in the water and the most beautiful mountains and waterfalls. And I started to have a panic attack, and I yelled at him to turn off the TV before the narrator told me what I knew was coming, which was that if we don't act quickly now, my generation in this time, we could lose all that I was looking at. So in the kind of depression that followed that moment, I tried to look for comfort. I read reports and articles. I studied systems and models, and there really wasn't any good news, and there really wasn't anything that I could find to comfort me about what we were doing to the environment and the climate. Meanwhile, I was learning more about economic inequality and systemic racism and how we would need to change everything to save everything. When I looked at my daughter, I felt so afraid for her future and so undeserving to take care of her based on my own complacency with what was going on. Then I heard about the Green New Deal, a framework to make these sweeping changes without leaving anyone out in the process. As my favorite video message from the future puts it, this was finally a solution on the scale of the problems that we face. And even though the action needed is massive, we can start here tonight. I became a climate organizer in June 2019. And in the city commission meetings I've attended since then, I've heard Laurentians speak passionately about racial injustice, lack of housing access, food insecurity, the need for accessible public transportation, how marginalized communities are left out of the conversation, and other urgent issues. And with a Green New Deal, we can work on all of those issues at once. That's why a Green New Deal isn't optional to me. It's not optional in name, action, or scope. I have to admit that I never have that feeling anymore, that everything is just right in the moment. Maybe that's because I'm more able to look past my privilege at everything that's truly unjust, or maybe that's just part of the bargain of being a concerned parent. But I do have moments of hope. And one was when the City Commission set its 100% renewable energy goal. One was when the Sustainability Advisory Board endorsed the Green New Deal. And one could be tonight if you're brave and bold enough to call for the Green New Deal principles to guide all of our city's planning and policies moving forward. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand. Maddie, please unmute, state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Maddie Bell. I use they, them pronouns. I am here to also support the City Commission adopting the Green New Deal or these 5 principles. I have known climate change was a problem since I was probably 5 years old. When I was 8, I wrote a letter to then President George W. Bush to not conflate 2 subspecies of bird to hide that they were endangered. I have known climate change as an issue my whole life. I'm 25. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. There are kids who have held climate protests within the last couple of months who are also 8 or 6 or 9. And they know climate change is an issue too. We are in a climate crisis. It is already hitting. I have done disaster work on the East Coast. I have seen communities who have been completely flattened by hurricanes. Hurricanes get worse every year because of climate change. We had a mile-wide tornado in June of 2019. My house, the basement flooded. We lost so much stuff, including really important family relics. And it's time. If we had started doing something in the 80s when we knew climate change was an issue and we had started incrementally, we would have huge gains now, but we didn't. So we have 10 years to make massive changes to our economy, to the way we do things. Every massive economic mobilization in the U.S. has been based on the backs of people who are oppressed, and that is no longer an option. We have to do something now, and we have to include everyone, and we have to protect the vulnerable. So Lawrence can be, a leading city in that. We've been a leading city in having 100% renewable energy goals, and I really hope that we can, because for example, we have a river running right through us. We were just talking about the dam. Flooding happens. We need to protect people from flooding, and we need to protect people from other impacts of climate change. So I really hope that you adopt these principles and adopt a Green New Deal. Thanks.
Mayor, it doesn't appear that there is anyone else that to provide comment on this item. Oh, sorry, one just popped up. Simon Williams, please unmute, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I am Simon Williams, and I am here to state my support for the City of Lawrence adopting these 5 principles. And I want to say that as a young person, when I see people from the climate we face today and not feeling pushed to take action on those things, not always viewing it as a problem, it really upsets me because I think of the future, and I may happen if people do not take action.
Oops. Mayor, I believe she dropped off.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you. If she calls back in or comes back in, we might have maybe put a video off and see if she can get in that way, but we'll bring her back on. Oh, is she coming back in?
Not yet.
Hello.
Oh.
I'm apologies, my internet quit. That was all I had to say, was that I look forward to seeing the city taking action on this. So thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to provide comment on this item?
Please raise your hand. I think that's it, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel's aye. Thank you. We'll bring it back up to the commission for questions, comments, motions.
This is Commissioner Larson, and I did have a question. I don't know if Craig is on the. I haven't seen him yet tonight. If he's with us tonight, with these requests, the 5 goals here, how does that fit in with what we're doing right now with our strategic plan?
This is City Manager Craig Owens, and it was alluded to in the staff report and some of the presentation, but yeah, we are really building out the details of the strategic plan, and we're going to talk about it tonight and later in the agenda. And as you'll recall, the model that the structure of our strategic plan is both outcomes that are driving what we do, so the 5 outcome areas, and then the way we accomplish everything we do is through the commitment statements. One of those commitment statements that we built was environmental sustainability, and it has its own statement. It also will have its own, therefore, as we'll start to talk about tonight, it'll have its own required key performance indicators and own strategies on how each of the outcome areas will be achieved. Likewise, there's one for community engagement, efficient, effective processes, equity and inclusion, sound fiscal stewardship, engaged and empowered teams, and then environmental sustainability, in no order. They're all required in the way that we do our work in the outcome areas, if that answers your question.
Commissioner Larson, thank you very much. Yeah, I just want to, that was my belief, is that we are moving in this direction. Are we moving fast enough? No. We've got a lot of work to do, and I know this past year it's been a little frustrating with COVID, not being able to get our climate plan going a little bit faster, but I know we're working on it really hard. One thing that I did request, let me back up. Last week, we were asked to provide some input as to how we would like to see staff reports written and presented to us. One thing that I did suggest, and it was that we provide in the staff reports somewhere in there how this project or how the program that they're introducing for us to vote on, how that meets our goals for our energy goals. We 100% renewable by 2035. So I'm hoping that somehow that gets into our memos going forward. I know we talk about our strategic plan and how it meets those goals, but I do think that we need to make sure we keep these principles in our forefront, because it actually does weave everything through our entire strategic plan. I think in order for us to meet our goals, we've got to keep these 5 principles before us and make sure we keep our eye on the ball. And I really want to appreciate the Sustainability Board for bringing this forward and continuing to keep it in front of us. It's really important that you continue to do this. And I hope that my fellow commissioners will continue to support this going forward.
I think I have other questions or comments.
Just quickly, this is Commissioner Ananda. I think that we can see from the number of folks who are here this evening, we have a general demographic in our public comment section of our agenda, whether that's general public comment or comment on specific issues. And I think that we've seen wide age range, wide gender representation in this issue, and that's indicative of how impactful this issue is. I will say, Simon is an 8th grader. She is a classmate of my child, and to have those folks here seeing this as a priority, they are the people who are going to be here in the future, and we have to set an appropriate stage for them. So I'm very excited that this was brought to us today. I'm very excited in incorporating this into our strategic plan and all of our decisions. So I'm hopeful as well that we will all support this moving forward.
Vice Mayor Shipley, I agree, and I support these principles. And as we've pointed out, we're already putting some of the focus on these issues in our strategic plan. What's interesting to me about this coming to us the way it is I guess before our strategic plan, I would be asking, what are the action items? It's fine to make these bold statements, but I want to know specific programs or specific items that can help me get there. And of course, that's what strategic plan is going to help us do. And I guess one thing I want to wonder again, appreciate sustainability for their work on this. I guess what I'd like to know is some programs that they're thinking about in the back of their head. One thing I heard mentioned was tax benefits. I'm not clear how the city could help with that, but I could see grant programs for solar panels. Just throw something out there. I wonder where sustainability board is in thinking about specific action items that they can give us to help us move towards these goals.
So I can answer that. One of the...
I think can you introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry. Michael Quad Jones, Chair, Sustainability Advisory Board. One of the action items that has come out of our work is the 100% renewable energy commitment by 2035. So that's definitely an action item that we feel has been a success from our work. We have talked about a stream buffer ordinance. We've talked about bike paths being widened to decrease, cars, being on the road at once. There's issues of we're trying to push for electric buses. I know I've heard research done that the air quality in front of the Lawrence Public Library is actually worse than 2 blocks away because of the idling buses sitting there. Incentives to business owners building in the city of Lawrence. Tax incentives may be one idea, but there could be other ideas to incentivize conservation measures being implemented and required for new construction within the city of Lawrence. These are just some of the items that we've talked about. And clearly we'd love, any sort of input more, and that's something that we're still going to continue to work on to advise the City Commission on.
Mayor Finkel, thank you on that. And, I would add that, certainly with the new administration and the new Congress, we might be seeing some possibilities come down from the federal level that we have not seen in the last few years that might open some options for us to consider. So certainly something we can pay attention and hopefully take advantage of. I did have one question, Jasmine. In the executive summary, Michael pointed out that green was taken out of number 2. Was that an intentional or was that a typo?
Actually, I looked back toward the federal draft legislation and pulled and summarized language from there directly. And so we can go back and look and see if that's specifically called out for green jobs. But that's the resource that I was pulling from as opposed to the direct language that was from the Sustainability Advisory Board. So that was not intentional to try to remove as much green as possible. It was just an attempt to summarize the principle.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you for that. I certainly, think these, principles are good. Again, whether or not it has green in that line or not, I think it's an important goal to push towards. Other comments or questions? Motions?
I'll make a motion. This is Commissioner Larson, and I moved that we direct staff to integrate the 5 principles outlined in the staff report into other city plans wherever possible.
Commissioner Nanda, second.
Mayor Finkel, there's a motion by Commissioner Larson, a second by Commissioner Nanda. Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Nanda?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you very much for the work of the Sustainability Committee. I'd like to say basically you just took on a bunch more work, so keep up the good work, and we appreciate the work and the presentation. So
We're up to the task, trust me.
excellent. Thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you for sticking with us tonight. Okay, we're done with the regular agenda items, but we're far from over for the evening, so we will move on to commission items. Do any commissioners have any future agenda items, work session items, or other items?
Mayor, Commissioner, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Shipley. I didn't want to pull it, and we kind of talked about this from a consent item, kind of as part of streamlining and how not to waste time pulling things from consent. But item C7A, which was about certain kinds of work in the home, which aren't allowed now, but we would like to maybe revisit. In this instance, I think it was animal grooming. I actually would like planning, if they could, to look at a broader spectrum of homework opportunities. It is, as many of us know, in Plan 2040 to broaden some of those opportunities. Seems like if they're already visiting it, I don't want to slow down the item for the people who are trying to get it through, but I also don't want to forget that there's all kinds of other opportunities probably we're not even thinking about, that we have previously discussed and pledged ourselves to making those opportunities easier for people to work from the home, especially now that we've been through COVID. We know how important it is to be able to do certain things in your own home, in as much as it's not inconveniencing your neighbors. So I just, if anyone else also had those thoughts, I thought I'd kick that to Jeff Crick if he's still here.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Oh, well, Jeff is here. Go ahead, Jeff.
Good evening, Jeff Crick, Planning Development Services Director. Vice Mayor Shipley, we could not slow down the amendment that was on the consent agenda this evening, but bring up for your consideration, initiate a text amendment in a broader scope of that one. So we'd be happy to bring that back to you to start that process if you so direct.
Mayor Finkel, I think that's what Commissioner Shipley was looking for, I believe. And certainly I think, looking at that and being part T2040, I think is something we want to look at. I guess I want to make sure, I know we're looking at other changes to the, to the code as well. So let's, if there's a timing issue there, please go ahead and point that out to us as well when we initiate that. But certainly I think we all want to get to that same place. So appreciate you looking at that. Other commissioners have?
Vice Mayor Shipley, let me also apologize to Jeff for throwing more work at him. I apologize, Jeff.
Mayor Finkel, other agenda work session or other items? I would only note as a commissioner item, I attended a ribbon cutting at the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority, where the Housing Authority worked with HUD and a $25,000 grant from the city through the CDBG and RG Fiber to lay fiber to every house or every apartment, every house in Edgewood. So it's like 250 individuals, including 137 kids or something, that now have high-speed internet at Edgewood due to that, with that cooperation with RG Fiber, the city, and the Housing Authority. And Patrick Kelly was there representing the school district about how important that was for those students to be able to be online and have high-speed internet and interact with their classes. Anyway, it's just fabulous. I guess they've been working on it for 3 years. I didn't know that they had been working on it for so long, but it's a fabulous accomplishment, and just wanted to highlight that.
Mayor, this is Sherry Reedeman, City Clerk. Can I just, on that.
You were moving a little fast for me. So the commission, there's a consensus to have planning initiate a text amendment or bring that back?
Yeah, Mayor Finkel, I think they would bring it back as a commission item, like on the consent agenda in the future, bring forward an initiation
Sure,
motion.
I just only heard 2 commissioners.
Oh, I see. I'm with you. So 2 of us said that. Anyone else support that? So we have 3.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I think that one of the things that we talked about was how we incentivize green jobs and equitably waged jobs and living wage jobs through the Green New Deal language. I think that is in alignment with our strategic plan. I also acknowledge that staff is working very hard on the many initiatives in these many areas that we have discussed. So I am hesitant to outright direct staff to put that on their plate immediately. I would be more interested in understanding, perhaps from a staff perspective, a timeline in which that may align with the initiatives that we've put to staff based on our strategic plan.
Mayor Finkel, I certainly agree with that. I think that was kind of my point as well on having them look at in relation to the rest of the work we're doing in the code. Jeff, or do you have any additional comment?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. I think there's some timing that might need to be worked out. We'd want to take a look at it to see where it would kind of dovetail in naturally to it. But what we'd bring back would be just an item to initiate a text amendment, not necessarily carry out the amendment underway. So that would give us time to do the research and make sure we get all the coordination in place to kind of have that item carry forward as the most efficient as possible.
Vice Mayor Shipley, and maybe by then we'd have these key performance indicators and everything all lined out, so that might be more helpful to you.
This is Commissioner Larson. I would echo Commissioner Ananda's concerns regarding the workload as well as the timing of as it mixes with all the other items that we have requested recently, and maybe not so recently from staff, especially on planning, because I know they have a really full plate. So obviously this is I think it would be good to look at broadening the text amendment, but at the same time, I sure don't want to stop any other or slow down any other items that we've got in the hopper right now.
This is Commissioner Boley. Sherry, I'm looking forward to meeting in person again where we don't have to be clear in our motions. I concur with Commissioners Ananda and Larson. Thank you.
Mayor Finkel,
Oh, sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I was just curious if this would be kind of an executive limitations kind of conversation where we're talking about creating the parameters about what we can't do, or if this is, a research project for Jeff to find all of the potential businesses that could be run out of a home or work from home kind of options that folks would have, because I think that would be two very different conversations as well. Does that make sense? Like what you can't do in your home, like nuclear research or certain environmental impacts of the work, et cetera. And then if you fall within those parameters, then you are allowed to do that with whatever approval you need to do that. Does that make sense? Versus what you can do, let's list all the things you can do. Let's create boundaries for what you can't. And I'm just curious if that's the current language or not. Doesn't sound like it is.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. Commissioner Nanda, you're correct. The current language is more about setting boundaries around the possible uses that are there. The list of prohibited uses is actually very small in the way that the code is currently written. So it's a broad possibility with some boundaries and not necessarily a yes and no list as we typically would see in a use table.
That feels, Commissioner Nanda, that feels slightly less onerous than coming to us with a list of all the additions we want to make.
Mayor Finkel, maybe to make sure Sherry knows what we're saying here. Jeff, do you, maybe if you could, look at that and consider it, and then at the appropriate time, bring back a text amendment when you feel that it's within the workload? Sounds like that's what we have an agreement on.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director, be happy to follow that guidance.
Okay. Mayor Finkel, I thank you. Any other commissioner items? If not, the city manager's report.
Thank you, City Manager Craig Owens. In the interest of time, I'll just field any questions for the two items that are on there.
Mayor Finkel, two short items, sales tax report and future agenda items. Any commissioners have questions? We do open this up for public comment. If anyone has a public comment on either the sales tax report or the future agenda items, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature, and Sherry will call upon you.
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk.
Let me make sure. Sorry, I was down there.
That's okay. There's no public comment on this item.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you, Sherry. We will thank you, Craig, for that detailed manager's report. And we'll move to the calendar.
This is Commissioner Nanda. I haven't seen that on there.
Yeah, I didn't have the link on mine either. But anyway, I'm not sure if anyone has the calendar there. Did anyone else able to get that on their link? Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah, this is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. I apologize. I didn't catch that. I don't upload it, but I should have caught that it's not on there. I can see if I can find that. Do you? Oh, you do have it. Can you share your screen?
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
So Porter does have the link.
Okay. Mayor Finkel, any comments about that? Any additions? Mayor Finkel, seeing none, although I can't see everybody with the screen shared. I assume no other comments on that. So we will thank you for sharing that, Porter and Sherry. We'll move on to our work session items. The work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. As a general practice, the Commission will not make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they'll refer the items to staff for follow-up if necessary. Work session topics are eligible for public comment, and they'll be limited to 3 minutes. The first work session item is the presentation on key performance indicators. Danielle, I assume you've got this.
Yep. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Danielle Bushcutter, and I'm the Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. And I'm going to ask Porter to share his screen. There's a brief presentation that we were going to walk through with you all this evening and provide a bit of a brief update for you all. So if Porter, you wouldn't mind advancing the slide. We'll first kind of review the overview for the presentation. First, we will go through kind of the general purpose. What are we asking you all to really do here tonight? Talk a little bit about the process that we have gone through since you all adopted the strategic plan framework back in October. Walk through a few of the draft key performance indicators that we've been working on, and then talk through some of the next steps and get some direction from you all this evening. As we kind of get into the purpose, one of the things that you will hear me say throughout this presentation quite a bit is scorecard. So that's really how we are referring to all of these KPIs that we're going to be talking through with you all tonight. So just wanted to give that a little bit of context because you'll see that sprinkled throughout the presentation. So this evening, we really wanted to check in with you all as we are kind of midway through the process. I think we're a little further than midway, but as we're kind of in the middle of our process and really receive some direction from you all that can be incorporated into the remainder of our process before we really bring you that final scorecard recommendation, which is anticipated to happen here in March. So you'll see it relatively quickly, but we wanted to kind of have a touch-in point with you all. And then really just discuss what our next steps are going to be so that we can kind of outline kind of those expectations. So the process since your adoption, I'm not going to start from the inception of the strategic plan. We kind of walked through that back in October. I would be happy to if you would like me to, but what we've really been working on since you all adopted the framework, the strategic plan framework back in October, is kind of identified here. So one of the first things we did that you don't see here, but I wanted to mention is identify teams for each of our outcome and commitment areas. These are really kind of key folks in that we're going to be utilizing to really do the work of the strategic plan. The other thing that we really started doing in the month of November is we held several retreats with our executive leadership team to really build out a key performance indicator library. I think this is well over 300 metrics at this point. That has probably even been further expanded as we've started to work with the various teams related to each of these outcome and commitment areas, but really build a robust library to talk about, what does success look like as it relates to the strategic plan. From that, we went through a refinement process to develop a draft scorecard. We'll kind of talk about some of the key drivers of some of those decision points, but really to refine those metrics to keep you all informed at a high level about success related to the strategic plan. So once that draft scorecard was developed, we've been in a process to really refine those metrics even further through the executive team, as well as utilizing the various outcome and commitment teams. So that work is still ongoing. We have a couple weeks full of meetings with each of our outcome and commitment teams to really look at the most current version of our draft scorecard to further refine some of these key performance indicators. So we wanted to present a few of those to you this evening so that you can kind of get a sense of where some of that discussion has gone. So the two areas that we'll be reviewing are unmistakable identity as well as the infrastructure asset management and connectivity outcome. So the remaining outcomes will be presented in March, and it is very likely, as these meetings continue with our various outcome and commitment teams, that some of what we present to you tonight too will also adapt and shift and change a little bit. But it should give you a really good idea, like I said, of kind of those high level metrics and what we're looking at. So some of the goals that we really focused on and have been focusing on throughout this development process is first to have measures that are really meaningful and that are more outcome focused. So as we were going through that kind of brainstorming session, we had a lot of output measures. So, counting how much we do of something. And we really tried to pull those out to say, we can still track those and we still will track those. But for the purposes of this scorecard, we really wanted those measures that were most meaningful, that were really outcome focused. We also tried to put a hard ceiling on the number of measures at 60, because I think if you just left it up to us, we'd have a whole bunch of measures and it would be pretty overwhelming. So we tried to keep a hard cap at 60 measures to keep it a lot more reasonable and approachable and to really kind of refine and focus this scorecard approach. We also are trying to kind of strike that balance between each of these outcome and commitment areas as well, so that we're not having too many measures in one area and not enough in another. And then ultimately, we want this tool to be useful to track our progress for you all as commissioners, as well as the public. So that's really the things that are driving the development and the goals for this particular scorecard. A couple of the other key considerations that we've also been working with are, again, those outcome-based measures, and also really utilizing some of the benchmarking measures that we already have in place. So through some of the various professional organizations that different folks are a part of, through different accreditation processes and those things that we're currently a part of, there's some really great benchmarking data out there. So to the extent that we can utilize those metrics, we really want to. We want to make sure that we're not presenting to you all something that's maybe slightly different than a benchmark measure, and then we're having to do some sort of conversion. So really trying to utilize those tools that we already have in place. We've also been keeping in mind kind of measures that align with best practices and industry standards. I think this will really come into play when we start talking about targets for each of these key performance indicators. But that is something that we're keeping kind of in our mind as we're kind of going through this process as well. And then finally is kind of that feasibility test to make sure that either we have the data or we can retrieve the data. And then if we don't have the data, but the measure is really important, that we can kind of identify a plan for collecting that data in the future so that we can actually use that information moving forward.
Oops.
All right. For those folks who are a little bit more visual, conceptually, this is what the scorecard is structured like. If you haven't noticed in some of these presentations that I've given, I always try to have kind of a slide here for our visual learners. So this is generally speaking kind of the general structure that we've put together for the scorecard. So as we go through them, you'll see it broken out by outcome area, and that's really kind of the focus and the drive. But under each of those outcome areas is really where you get those subcategories related to our commitments. So this is where you can start to see that alignment between what we do and how we do it. So there won't necessarily be exactly 2 metrics under each of these for each outcome and each commitment, but conceptually, this is kind of the framework we were working with. All right, so we will get into, and I apologize, thank you, Porter, for the small font here. So these are the draft key performance indicators that we have for unmistakable identity, and I split it up between 2 slides to hopefully get it as big as possible. So the first kind of subcategory is our community engagement. So we have 2 KPIs, key performance indicators highlighted here that both come from our community satisfaction survey. So the first one is the percent of residents rating the community as welcoming. And then the other is the percent of residents satisfied or very satisfied with the availability and timeliness of information. The next commitment area is efficient and effective processes. You can see this is one that still needs some further refinement, but this is the percent of requested event permits processed to required city standards within so many business days. So again, we haven't yet defined that target, but have identified that this is a good, efficient, and effective process measure related to unmistakable identity. And then under equity and inclusion, you'll see the percent of non-majority groups identified in survey, the community satisfaction survey, rating the community as welcoming. So this is where we can start to see not only that community-wide measure that we're capturing under community engagement, but then the variance by race or by gender or by some of the other demographic information that we collect in our community satisfaction survey to try to get a better understanding of where are those variance scores related to some of these satisfaction questions that we ask. And then you'll see variance again of satisfaction with availability of and timeliness of information by race. And then the third metric there is the percent of residents that believe their culture is celebrated in the community, whether that be through festivals, parades, events, etc. So moving on to the next three commitment areas. The next one is sound fiscal stewardship. So the first metric identified here is the cost per visitor attending each city-sponsored event. The percent of parks and recreation programming meeting cost recovery targets, and then the economic impact of spending by arts and culture organizations and their audiences. And this is a measure that is captured by the Americans for the Arts. Then we get down to the engaged and empowered teams. So here we have listed the Employee Engagement Index, and this is an annual survey that we put together for city staff that measures and tracks kind of staff engagement within their department. So you see here, we call out specifically Parks and Recreation, as Parks is kind of identified in that language under unmistakable identity. When you see the full scorecard, every department will be represented somewhere. So you're not quite getting that full context yet, but here Parks and Recreation is specifically identified. And then under environmental sustainability, we have acres of park green space per resident and the Tree City USA recognition. All right, so moving on to the infrastructure, asset management, connectivity, and I'll try to run through these relatively quickly as well. So again, the community engagement really are being driven by our community satisfaction survey. So we have the percent of residents rating connectivity as good or excellent, and then the percent of residents satisfied or very satisfied with stormwater, trash, and yard waste. Under the efficient and effective processes, we have our pavement condition index rating and the days per year in compliance with minimum water and wastewater discharge standards, and the percent of goals met for reliability of a number of different services. So this is one of those instances where we wanted to have one metric and capture a whole bunch of data points. So this is a good example of one of those metrics where we'd have that high level score for you all as that total reliability goal met, but we'd be able to dig down a little deeper to look at those individual services that are identified. So it keeps us at our 60 metric target, but we can still have some further detail and information related to it. And then on the equity and inclusion, we have here the percent of sidewalks in compliance with ADA and deflection minimum standards, percent of residential units in environmental justice zone within a quarter mile of a transit stop or on-demand transit zone. And then again, you see that variance of satisfaction with the level of public involvement in local decision-making by race to kind of round out the equity and inclusion metrics. And then moving over to sound fiscal stewardship, here we have the number and amount of emergency purchase orders for failed infrastructure, cost per ton of solid waste collected, and then cost per gallon of clean and wastewater treated. Again, under engaged and empowered teams, you're seeing that employee engagement index specifically related to municipal services and operations, as they are a key driver in the infrastructure asset management and connectivity outcome area. And then finally, in the environmental sustainability, you have the percent of waste stream deposited in the landfill, percent of trips not in an automobile, and that comes from the American Community Survey. And then finally, that last metric is really tied to the Ordinance 9744 that you all adopted back in, I think, March, related to your renewable energy goals, and the percent of city used energy that is renewable. So I wanted to kind of run through those quickly, and then kind of talk with you all about some of the kind of key next steps and next touch points with the City Commission. So obviously the immediate next step is to bring you kind of that full scorecard in March. Develop then after that, once we know what those key performance indicators are, we can start identifying targets for each of those, and then really get into that development of our strategies and activities related to being successful in our strategic plan implementation, and then obviously report the progress to you all as we move through the implementation. So the direction that we're really seeking from you all tonight is whether or not we're hitting the mark with these KPIs in terms of kind of the direction that we're going in, and does this really help you all and ultimately the public help identify success in these various outcome and commitment areas? And then generally speaking, are there any gaps or redundancies that you all are seeing, or any kind of general guidance you have before we bring back the full recommendation to you all in March? So those are kind of the general direction questions we're asking of you all. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have for me, and then kind of open it up for discussion and public comment.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you, Danielle. Commissioners have questions before we open it to public comment?
This is Commissioner Boley. Danielle, could you talk to me about the Tree City recognition metric?
Sure. I can get. Yeah, Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. This was one actually yesterday. Our sustainability group had some really good conversation about, and you may not see it in the final rendition, but the Tree City USA recognition is a recognition provided by, I think, the Arbor Day Foundation, and it is related to, I think some of the key criteria related to that are you putting more trees in than you are taking out? And what are some of the programs like the Emerald Ash Borer program that the city's utilizing to save some of the trees that we have that may be experiencing some damage? So those are the general.
Is it kind of a binary recognition? You either get it or you don't. And when is the last time that the city of Lawrence didn't get that recognition? It's 40 years ago, I think, 41 years ago, 42 years ago.
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. I do not know that offhand. I would have to reach out to our park staff, but I think
I guess I'm concerned that, if we've gotten it every year for 40 years, I'm not sure it's something that should be one of our key performance indicators. I guess I'd like to suggest that we consider the cycling recognition, bike friendly. I mean, at least there are some various levels of accomplishment that you can achieve there. So I guess I'm very reluctant to have a KPI that's just binary on something we've done for, consistently for 40 years.
The city manager, Craig Owens, Commissioner Bull, I couldn't agree more. It doesn't change. These are supposed to move action. These are supposed to be to create action. So I agree with you.
Mayor Finkel, any other questions before we open it to public comment?
Yeah, Commissioner Larson, I just noticed in the chat that Porter had indicated that the Parks and Rec have gotten that award for 42 years straight.
Thank you for that.
This is Commissioner Boley. I guess I'd like to just express that concern generally going forward. That's just one I happen to know something about. If there are others like that, I'd like to have you consider different KPIs.
Mayor Finkel, I think, yeah, certainly I agree. When you look at some of them are percentages, right? So we can track our percentages over years and we can see if they're up or down. To your point, Commissioner Boley, if it's just a yes or no, it's harder to track your performance over time and see where you're going. So I can certainly see that point. We'll go ahead and open it up for public comment, then we can bring it back to commission to ask further questions or comments after public comment. If this is an item you would like to make comment about, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature. And Sherry will call upon you.
Michael Ullman, please unmute, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, good evening again. My name is Michael Ullman. And I thank Danielle for her work on this. I don't want to say that I disagree totally with everything she does because she does a good job generally. Slides number 13 and 14, infrastructure, particularly in terms of connectivity. It mentions the percent sidewalks, and I think maybe a good one in there would be somehow to measure the connectivity of bikeways, because one of the problems Lawrence has had over the years is how our bikeways are fragmented, that you'll have a bike lane that just suddenly ends and you're dumped into traffic. Maybe, I mean, if you look at the annual street maintenance plan, for example, you'll see, and that's where a lot of bikeways are added, you'll see that they're in 1/8 mile or 1/4 mile sections just scattered here and there. That may not be a good way to measure the miles of bikeways. I think it might be more appropriate to look at larger projects like 21st Street, for example, that don't do 1 or 2 or 3 blocks, but do a 1/2 mile or a mile section of bikeway. Might be a better way to measure it. On slide 14, percent trips not in an automobile. I think that's a great metric. That measures performance or operations or behavior. Just below it, for instance, is the percent city used energy. I think it might be an easier way to measure that also as operations or performance, because basically we're talking about electrifying everything. So if you talk about how many city vehicles are electric or how many buses in the fleet are electric, it might be a better way to measure that than just the amount of kilowatt hours. I'm not sure even how that would be measured, electric, natural gas, or fuel. I mean, fuel could be hydrogen, but really that would be an electric vehicle that just has a hydrogen fuel cell. So maybe performance and operations might be a better way to frame those kind of questions. So thank you.
Chris Flowers, please unmute, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I wasn't really going to talk about this, but when Commissioner Boley talked about measuring stuff like bikes, I would just like to ask, do we measure anything by public transportation like buses? Because if we're talking about people giving up their cars, they're going to need public transportation first. Like, I mean, that's much more important than being able to bike. Not everyone can bike, and I I don't want a bike because I don't want to be getting in traffic with other cars. Also, I was just wondering if sometimes maybe I like bike projects like the Lawrence Loop where it takes the bikes out of traffic. But I just think we should be doing more for public transportation. Like that's the first thing we really need if we want people to give up their cars. And I don't think what we have now, do buses run on Sundays yet? I mean, we're going to need buses running at night. I mean, if we want reliable transportation for people without cars, and I don't think we have that yet. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Mayor, that's all the public comment for this item.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you. Bring it back to the commission for questions or comments. I would say overall, by the way, I think this is great. I think this is obviously the direction we want to head. And as Craig said, I think we want indicators that show that we're progressing. I guess the only really comment I had was on unmistakable identity. You know, I was thinking maybe this falls under the sound fiscal stewardship, but I think part of the measure of unmistakable identity, which is hard to measure, is, you know, what maybe people coming to town. We have the economic impact of the spinnings of arts and culture, but I wondered hotel room nights or something from tourism that might show what, you know, people who come to our community are thinking about it. A lot of these are surveys. And maybe if I was going to replace 1% of the Parks and Recreation program meeting cost recovery target, you know, I'm not sure that measures unmistakable identity. I mean, I think it means that people are involved, but I guess I just throw that out there. I'm not sure exactly where it falls, but something to maybe at least think about.
City Manager Craig Owens, we just had this conversation today. Danielle's shaking her head. So when we really focus on the words of each of the statements, because you know how hard it was, the hard work that went into those, and that all reflects a huge listening session that we did, 3,000 people coming together. So we're really honoring every word, and we know it matters. All those words matter very much. When you look at that statement and the words in that statement, it doesn't say anything about tourism. So I know that we talk about that a lot. If the intent is tourism for economic development purposes, I think those go to prosperity and economic security. If you're talking about an economic development activity, and then we'll go concentrate resources in trying to do that. But when you read the words of the unmistakable identity, it doesn't necessarily suggest that we should be driving activity to a lot of people coming in from the outside and spending a lot of money, which isn't a bad thing. It's just that's not what it's hard to find that in the words that are up here.
Mayor Finkel, I can appreciate that. I guess where my mind was going, and not so much from the economic development point of view, but when I think about, you know, the identity or the unmistakable identity of Lawrence, I think about things like downtown and some of the events we have that bring people in, and, you know, measuring, you know, if our downtown's not doing very well, do we lose some of our identity or that sort of thing? So again, I hear what you're saying. I wasn't really thinking of it as purely as an economic one, but just a measure of other people. How does the outside world view Lawrence? Do we have that identity that draws people in? Is kind of what I was thinking, but I hear what you're saying as well. Other comments, questions by commissioners?
This is Commissioner Ananda. I'm trying to formulate them in a way that is coherent. I'm thinking about particularly under equity and inclusion. And I guess this struck me in a way of thinking about what do we mean by welcoming? You know, Does every single person feel like using the restroom with their gender identity is safe in every bathroom in Lawrence? Is that what welcoming means? What does it mean? And I think it does have different meanings depending on your identity and what that looks like. So part of me wonders if a measure of that is like understanding what our community needs in order for it to be a welcoming community rather than whether or not they feel like it is welcoming. And even looking at like the percentage of residents that believe their culture is celebrated in the community, I think that gets to it, but I wonder if the word meaningfully celebrated is worth having a conversation about, because we can have whatever we have, but if it isn't meaningful or if it is a whitewashed version of whatever celebration that is, then is that someone who believes their culture is celebrated, but is it meaningful? I think that I was kind of confused by the equity inclusion on the infrastructure, variance of satisfaction with level of public involvement in local decision-making by race. Does that mean that it's the variance by race or the level of public involvement in local decision-making by race? I'm just curious about that one.
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. The way that we have it structured is the satisfaction level, that variance by race.
So why is that one a variance and the rest are percentages, like particularly under unmistakable identity? Like what about the variance in by race, by sexual orientation, by gender identity in people who identify our community as welcoming? I guess I'm just curious why there's a difference. Like why the variance is important versus the percentage.
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. When we present the full scorecard, that was a relatively common theme that we held throughout. So a lot of the satisfaction scores that we have listed under the community engagement section, we then have the variance of that same measure by race in the equity and inclusion section, so that we can better delineate if that's kind of a key driver of satisfaction, so that we are able to kind of dig into that data a little bit deeper than we have before with just that overall metric score. So I think some of the discrepancy that we're losing is one of the changes we made late last week before we we posted the agenda, and that is that availability and timeliness of information that you see as a variance score in the infrastructure asset management. We removed from the community engagement section because we pulled it up a level in the scorecard. So we kind of we moved where that community engagement score was. So we probably should have removed that variance score as well, because I think it's confusing. But that's why you're not seeing both of those satisfaction scores in that outcome area, because it was one of the late changes that we made. So I apologize if that is confusing, but you'll see that reoccurring theme when we bring back the full scorecard.
City Manager Craig Owens, just to make sure it's clear. So those would be percentages. So if the overall city score as a percentage of satisfaction, let's say, on anything, but the ones that we're listing, if it varies by race, that any category, racial category, is different in the way they're perceiving the way they're getting what they need, then that would be something that we would measure and look at and try and move it up so that there was no variance. So I think that's the general intent of when you see variance, but those would both be percentages.
This is Commissioner Nanda. I guess I get that. I just don't, like in looking at variance, if it's, a 12% difference between the percentage of people who are white who are satisfied with availability and timeliness of information and the percentage of our population that is Indigenous who is satisfied with our availability and timeliness of information by race. Like, the argument could be you're making progress if you're moving toward 12% fewer white population being satisfied because there's less variance, or you're increasing that one. And I know that's like, obviously the intent is to increase that for everybody, but I think when we're just looking at the variance as the measure, movement on that can look different, and we can still look successful.
Yeah, yes, and this is about setting the measures, but not the goals. So another part of this will be setting goals for these things. But you're right. Yes, if you're just trying to decrease variance, it could come from either direction.
Okay.
And in some cases, that might be what we have to do if that's important, and there are other competing priorities.
I think that's helpful delineating, these are the measurements, not the goals. So thank you.
I think I had other comments or questions. I know we're going to see these back at some point, and so we don't have to. But certainly, I think you're heading in the right direction, and hopefully, you've gotten some direction here. But other comments? Danielle, Craig, anything else you need from us on this item tonight? Thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing the other categories as well. Okay, any final comments on this item?
Commissioner Nada, I just want to say that y'all have done an amazing amount of work, and I can't imagine the conversations that you've had to get where you are. So thank you for doing it, because there's a lot more to do, and it's great.
I think that I wholeheartedly agree with Commissioner Nanda's points. You guys are doing great work, and we look forward to seeing the rest of them and then getting to measure them. I think we're making progress here. Okay, if nothing further on that item, we can move to work session number 2, which is a discussion regarding the interlocal agreement between Lawrence, Douglas County, and Bert, Nash, establishing the Mental Health Board. And I'm not sure, Craig, or anyone going to start this, or?
This is City Manager Craig Owens. You had asked that we bring this forward, and we've attached the agreement itself and some other associated agreements on there to give the history and purpose.
Okay. And Mayor Finkel, I thank you. Commissioner Boley, I believe you're the one who wanted to bring this forward. Maybe we'll let you kick it off.
Thank you, Mayor. Leslie Soden, to her credit, advocated in 2015 for the expansion of the RAP program to meet the needs of Lawrence school children. I appreciated her leadership on this issue and supported city funding for the program. Today, after supporting this funding year in and year out, I have more information to consider. First, we are now aware of the interlocal agreement from 1986. Under the agreement, the City of Lawrence is to provide space for the Bert Nash Center, while Douglas County is to provide funding for the programs. Second, census data show that Lawrence residents are less affluent than Douglas County residents overall. Third, the RAP program has been extended to serve children in all the public school districts in the county, but no other jurisdictions, the other cities and the townships, are required to contribute funding. We made the right decision in 2015 based upon the information we had at that time. Today, however, we need to consider the information available to us now. I'm concerned that continuing to fund the RAP program at the city level rather than the county level will both perpetuate inequity and preclude the city from addressing other pressing needs like utility assistance. That's why I asked for this to come forward.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you for that, Stuart. I guess I was reading through these agreements. I did not think that's where this was going. It didn't. I didn't occur to me that that's what we might be discussing tonight. So,
Well, Mayor, this is Commissioner Boley. According to the agreement, the 5-member mental health board is to provide recommendations to the county government on funding. And so what I would like to do would be to meet with them and ask them a couple of questions. First one would be, do they perceive that the program we expanded in 2015 and that we continue to fund is necessary for Lawrence school children? And secondly, if yes, are they willing to recommend that the county government provide the funding for it as called for in our current agreement? This is not about renegotiating an agreement. This is about actually, meeting the requirements of the agreement that we have in place. I guess you might sum it up as saying, when all else fails, read the instructions.
Mayor Finkelstein, other commissioners want to comment on that?
Commissioner Larson, when I read through the agreement that we were to look at tonight, I guess one thing that kind of stuck out for me is just that we have an agreement that very, very much detail states, who's paying for what in for our community, and it seems as though that just has not been followed. It seems that way, and if somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. And so, always go back to, I think it's important that if we have agreements, we have to follow them. We've had this issue with some in the past, and we've corrected that. And so I think any agreement we have where it impacts our taxpayers and we're paying more than what the agreement says we're supposed to, then we need to evaluate that and correct the course, because it's just not fair to our taxpayers if we are doing that. Now, I'm not saying that it should be defunded. That's not what I'm saying at all, because these are very important programs, and they need to be funded. They need to be supported in the community. But if there's a funding mechanism out there that's not the city's responsibility, then we should not be filling in that hole.
Mayor Finkelstein, again, I didn't look back at this because I wasn't thinking about DRAP in particular, but my recollection from 2015 was that Bert Nash asked the county, the school district, and the city all to fund RAP. And if I remember correctly, the county and the school district said no, and the city said yes. And, I guess the question to me still, maybe I'm wrong about that, but as I recall, I guess I don't read the agreement to say if they ask the county and the county says no, that the city still couldn't say yes to helping something that they wanted to push forward. I mean, it doesn't say the county has to fund what the city wants the county to fund. And so I guess it's in somehow how you read that agreement. I certainly agree that the agreement says that you're supposed to ask the county, but it doesn't preclude the alternative.
Mayor, I think the agreement reads that the county is supposed to levy a property tax and provide the resources to Bert Nash. And are they doing that? I mean, it's just, let's talk about what the agreement is and have that conversation with one of the parties, which is the mental health board. Because again, they're supposed to make a recommendation to the county as to what to fund.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you. Other comments on this?
This is Commissioner Ananda. Commissioner Woolley or Mayor Finkelstein, do you know if the county funds RAP programs for other schools within the county? Does anybody know?
Commissioner Ananda, I think that's a factual question we can turn to staff for.
I don't feel like I was prepared to ask that question, so I don't know if anybody is prepared to answer that question. I think that this is Commissioner Anand again, agree with Mayor Finkelstein that if the county was asked to do it, and I don't know that it requires the county to pay for all of the requests made. Commissioner Bully, do you interpret it that way?
Actually, this Commissioner Bowley, I'd make 2 points. The agreement stipulates that the county will assess a property tax and provide the resources to Bert Nash. I'm not sure that's what they're doing. Okay. The second point would be, in my opening remarks, I asserted that the other jurisdictions are not having to pay, and that the program has been extended to the other school districts in the county. That's my understanding. And I think that that was a result of the sales tax for mental health that was passed by the voters. I think that was, the program was extended to all the other schools, but didn't take up the slack in Lawrence for the $307,000. But that's my understanding.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I guess that I feel like this is, it feels like finger pointing and approaching it this way, where, frankly, we were in violation of this by funding it potentially, if that's what we want to argue. And so we aren't, like, we knew that existed when we agreed to pay for the RAP program. So that information was available to us. And I feel like part of at least my hesitation to engage in a broader conversation around the specifics of agreements is that it very much feels like a grievance that we have versus this is an opportunity. We have a new majority on the county commission. We haven't even established those relationships yet on a personal level for many of us. And so then to come with, here's the list of, it's very Alexander Hamilton, here's a list of the 372 things you do wrong. And I've counted them up right here. I'll give it to you, fax it over to your people. And I don't want to walk in the room with that approach. I think that there is a much bigger picture in a way to address these issues, our agreements, et cetera, that isn't, it's how do we do better? How do we all do better? Not what are you doing wrong? So I have hesitation around having this conversation because that's a feeling in the room for me. And I want to have these conversations, and I want to have them in a way that says, like, you are part of us, we are part of you. How do we do this better for our community?
This is Commissioner Bowley. I think that it's important to note that this is an existing agreement, as Commissioner Larson has pointed out. In 2015, frankly, when I first supported the expansion of the REP program, I was not aware of this agreement. Okay. I've learned a lot in, 6 years, and this is something as I said, I'm now aware of it. And, my point is, I think it's a great program. I think Lawrence school children need it. And, I'm not saying let's defund it, but on the other hand, if the agreement says that the mental health board will make a funding recommendation to the county, and we're coming up on the 2022 budget season, and we still haven't done anything for meaningful for utility assistance, and that's a huge problem. that we haven't been able to address. And, you know, the city has been billing the county for the space that we're supposed to provide to Bert Nash. So we haven't followed it either. And that's my point. It's like, let's talk to them about the agreement that we have in place, not renegotiate everything, but what does this agreement mean? And also, this is the 3-party agreement that is not just between the city and the county, it's also a third party, the Mental Health Board, and it's an interlocal agreement that was approved by the Attorney General. If it's not in effect, then please tell them.
Mayor Figliato.
Commissioner Boley, I also wanted to echo Commissioner Ananda. I agree this is a wonderful opportunity with the county. And I think that we need to be open, responsive, responsible. But that doesn't mean that we ignore agreements that are in effect that could affect the 2022 budget year.
Mayor Finkel, I guess when I read this agreement the other night when it came out on the agenda again, I frankly was most concerned, and Randy might have to plug his ears here, but I was most concerned that we were violating the agreement more than anyone else was. I mean, it says pretty clearly we're supposed to pay for the building. It says they're supposed to ask the county for money, and the county is supposed to pay, the county is supposed to levy a tax, and they'll get to determine how much. And so you can't really say they're not spending enough because they can make that decision. I mean, we probably are on the short end of the stick here because we have a pretty clear obligation that we're not completely filling. That was my biggest worry. I wasn't sure I was going to say that tonight, but as a lawyer, I was worried that we were on the worst end of that. And so, anyway, that's kind of what as I read the agreement is where I came from. Commissioner Larson, did you?
Yeah, Commissioner Larson, I don't know if I can really add much. And, you know, I would hope that, you know, I personally don't want this to be a finger pointing situation. I just think that this is a good time to start bringing these up when we have an agreement we're not following, whether we're on the short end of the stick or not, that it's important that we start getting those lined out and trying to find ways to fulfill them in accordance with how they're written, especially given, as Commissioner Boley said, we're at the beginning of our budget season for 2022. And this is, I don't see a better time to start talking about these. And I do think we have a great opportunity with the commission, the new commission that's on board right now, and having discussions with them. And I think they're going to be open to discussions. Where those discussions go, I don't know, but I think that we need to start having them, especially when it involves the possibility that, you know, we can provide some relief to our taxpayers or provide another assistance program that we can do, like the utilities assistance program.
Vice Mayor Shipley, that's interesting because I don't see anybody from the county here at all. Do you see anybody from the county here? Anybody from Bert Nash? Did we invite them to this discussion?
Commissioner Larson here. I think that the original request, and Commissioner Bowen, maybe you should talk about this. I think your original request was to have a meeting with the Mental Health Board. Is that right? And then we decided to go this route first and then go from there.
This is Commissioner Ananda. That was my request, that we talk about it as a commission prior to taking it to those boards, because for me, at least, part of that conversation was about the how rather than just the what.
Vice Mayor Shipley, then Mayor, I agree with Commissioner Ananda, appropriate behavior with our partners and advisory boards is very important. What are your thoughts about how we can proceed?
Mayor Finkelstein, I'd also look maybe to Craig for his thoughts on that. I guess it doesn't seem as productive just to meet with the health board without meeting with the county at the same time, if that's the discussion we want to have. But anyway, I guess that would be my thought, that having us meet with the county, the health board, and then the health board meet with the county, and then we get into a circular discussion. If we're going to do it, I guess I would think we'd all sit down together.
This City Manager Owens, Craig Owens, I did follow up on the conversation at our last meeting to try to work to arrange and schedule a meeting with the county commission, and that's in progress. I think we're trading dates back to try and find something. The only other piece of information is I don't think that the 5-member board or the board that is alluded to in the agreement or spelled out in the agreement, I don't believe that they are impaneled or exist such that you could schedule a meeting with that group. That's my information anyway.
Mayor Finkel, I think we know who they are, because 2 are appointed by the city, 2 are appointed by the county, and 1 is a joint appointment. So we can identify them, but I think what you're saying is they don't meet separately or have their own bylaws, or they meet as part of the Bert Nash board, is my understanding. Mayor Finkel, I guess the other thing I would want to know, heading into that meeting would be some analysis, to Commissioner Bully's point or Commissioner Lawson's, if we're not following the agreement and it's local, what's our interpretation, maybe from legal, on what, whether or not it's being followed, and what anything we need to know from that end before we walk into that meeting. And I'm not asking Randy for you to give that give an opinion tonight, unless you had one ready. I just wanted to say that I'd want to know that before I went into it. Okay, so with those items out there, Commissioner Bully, what do you have do you still think meeting with the mental health board is the next step, or do you have a different thought? I'm just trying to.
I'm open to what the commission wants. I've had an opportunity to, say what's concerning me. I appreciate that. I am interested in serving the public. This is why we're here. This is why the county commission is here. I think we can do it together.
Mayor Finkelstein, I think the last statement, I think, echoes a lot of Commissioner Ananda's statement, which is, I think we're here to serve the public and work together on this. So is the next step that meeting with the county? And this could be certainly one of the topics on that list.
This is Commissioner Bully. I am not sure that I understand what the meeting with the county is correctly. It's possible that it's about renegotiating the agreements and the roles. If that's the case, talking about the existing agreement may be non-productive use of time. But I'm open.
I think like, Craig, do you have an understanding of, maybe we need to talk about what we all think that meeting's going to be, but what's your understanding?
Yeah, City Manager Craig Owens, I think, first of all, it is an opportunity for the new county commission to meet with all of you, which I think there has been much anticipated in general. It could, we have to be realistic about the amount of agenda we can process, but I do think that goals, expectations, ideas about roles and coordination would be very productive, particularly considering we have 27 some agreements between us at various forms of maturity. So I do think that could be very productive as your agent, the county city commission's agent. It would be nice to understand what we're trying to achieve, so that when we have these conversations, we can bring proposals that are very well coordinated. I certainly would like to work on an agenda like that with the my counterpart, Sarah Plinsky, the county administrator.
This is Commissioner Ananda. How long were we anticipating that meeting being? Is it something like a retreat length, or more like a 2-hour meet and greet? Let's meet each other and get to know each other. And then in the future, some unknown future date, we'll have an actual meeting. I think there may be some value in a retreat length meeting where we just kind of dive into the work.
I think like Craig, as we were scheduling, I know they asked for dates. I'm not sure if they asked for time lengths. Did you have a thought on the length of that meeting?
I really do not. This conversation is very useful in trying to understand what we're trying to achieve. So the more clarity I can get on that, what you'd like to achieve, the better. Keeping in mind that I have never attended one of these joint meetings in Lawrence Douglas County before.
Mayor Finkel, I think there'll be at least 2 of us and 2 of the county who've never attended one either. So, I guess my thought was that we would, again, knowing we had some time parameters, the discussion would be more around, philosophical kind of ideas or desires, and how we framework for which these agreements, part of that is the agreements, but what are they interested in doing? What are we interested in doing? How can we work together to accomplish that? How can we set those agreements up to accomplish that, and kind of get a feel for that? And I mean, I would think mental health would be high on the list of many people at that meeting about, kind of that discussion. So I could see it fitting right into that discussion, as opposed to negotiating, commas and question marks and stuff at our first meeting. I wouldn't expect that kind of detail.
City Manager Craig Owens, we have a great advantage in that we've been doing work for the last several months, many months, based first on, the listening session we did with the community of what we are in business to do. What is it that we would like to achieve? And so I think that level of clarity is useful. We're still trying to refine that, as you saw tonight, and understand exactly what that means. But we certainly are kind of moving towards, this is what we've said we want to deliver. Now, these statements don't preclude partnerships in doing the work. But I think we've got some pretty nice clarity of what it is that we say we want to achieve over the next 3 to 5 years. they're just elected and just started meeting together. They may or may not have that same level of clarity. So it may be an opportunity for us to kind of say, this is what we're moving towards. How can we be complementary to the work that you imagine as you start your work as a county commission?
This is Commissioner Ananda. I mean, it took Commissioner Bully 6 years to find that agreement, so we're giving them a huge heads up.
Mm-hmm. I think I think that makes sense, and obviously the exact timing of that meeting will be a little farther along, maybe, even without KPIs by that meeting. So, depending when it falls, but I think we should certainly continue, Craig, to work on that agenda and then see how it. Obviously talk to Sarah and see what their commission is thinking. They'll have to have that same discussion and see how best we can line those up to make that the most productive meeting possible. And that's always the goal.
City Manager Owens, I will continue those conversations. I think productively, there are things that the city does that are really not kind of in dispute. I don't think the county is talking about providing drinking water, for instance. We got that and there's no dispute. And I think there's some things that they do that are very clear and we just don't overlap. But that are vital. All these are vital to the community overall. I think there's some areas where clearly we're starting to, we work closely together and sometimes completely overlap. And those are some areas that would probably be productive for us to discuss on what's the best way to go forward in the future. What do we want in the vision we share for the future? So I think that would be probably where we might productively concentrate our time.
I think that makes sense to me for sure. Other comments or suggestions or feedback for Craig?
Commissioner Ananda, have we done public comment on this?
Mayor Finkelstein, I don't remember, but probably not. So, Sherry, have we done public comment on this?
No, we did it on the KPIs, but not on this.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you. Commissioner Nando, this will also give us a second to gather our thoughts. As we say, if anyone would like to make comment on this item, please raise your hand by using the raise your hand feature on Zoom, or turning on your camera and waving at Sherry, and she will call upon you.
There's no public comment on this item.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you, Sherry, and thank you, Commissioner Nanda again. So I'll bring it back for any final comments. It's a work session, so we don't have to make any motions or anything, but other comments? Okay, seeing none, well, we'll certainly continue to work on these issues going forward, and Craig, I know you'll talk with Sarah and start working on that agenda. So we'll see how that lines up. And, I think if it comes to a point where it doesn't line up, that this topic doesn't fall within what people want to talk about, then we can come back together and decide another way to proceed. Okay, if we're done with that item, we would have an executive session left on the agenda.
Mayor, this is Commissioner Ananda. I'm wondering if we can have at least 5 minutes between now and our executive session, just so that I can relocate. Everyone in my house is gone to bed or wants to go to bed, so I need to move.
Mayor Finkelstein, that makes sense. We'll take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back and adjourn into executive session.
You got YouTube, Kurt? Yes. Oh, good. We're ready, Mayor.
Is Lisa on?
Uh-oh. Hang on, my bad. Bad audio, wait a minute. There we go.
Mayor Finkelstein, we're back on?
Yes.
Okay. I'll do roll call. Vice Mayor Shipley?
Here.
Commissioner Nanda?
Here.
Commissioner Lawson?
Here.
Commissioner Bully?
Here.
Mayor Finkelstein present. We are back from a short break. We're ready for a motion to go into executive session.
Commissioner Bowley, I move we recess into executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss a personnel matter involving a city employee pursuant to the non-elected personnel exception KSA 75-4319B1. The justification of the executive session is to protect employee privacy. The City Commission meeting will resume in its virtual format in accordance with resolution number 7345 at the conclusion of the executive session.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Finkelstein, there's a motion by Commissioner Bully, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Nanda?
Aye.
Mayor Finkelstein, aye. We'll be back at 11:22.
back on.
Yep.
Mayor Pinkeldi, we are back from executive session. I'll take roll call quickly. Vice Mayor Shipley?
Here.
Commissioner Nanda?
Here.
Commissioner Lawson?
Here.
Commissioner Bully?
Here.
Mayor Finkeldine, we are back from executive session. We have nothing to report. I look for a motion to adjourn.
Commissioner Larson, move to adjourn.
Commissioner Nanda, second.
Motion by Commissioner Lawson, a second by Commissioner Nanda. Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Nanda?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Finkeldine, aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you all. Thanks, Kurt. Tough night, but thank you.